Happy Friday, folks. Happy Friday. Glad to see you guys. Ready to get into to this live today and finish up Jack's deposition, but we have some other things to talk about along the way. So I'm going to give it a second for folks to hop on in here. You'll see me kind of going back and forth. I am still playing around with multiple different setups to see what's going to work, what's not going to work. Um, hello, folks. Let me pop this up and close this down. Oh, that's a problem. Let me close this out. What's up, Conchita? Hey. How are you, sis? Folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than TikTok, please make sure that you speak when you join. I don't get to see that you come in unless you are joining me from TikTok. What's up, Barbara? Good to see you. Hey, Farah. Hello, Amy. What's up? Hey, Roxy. How are you? Good to see everybody popping in here. So now here's going to be the test. I took the time this morning. It's one of the reasons why I went late a little bit later to help my mom get on TikTok. So hopefully today she will be able to chime in on TikTok. Are you getting a blurry image, Amy? You should not be, but in case you are, let me try to assist. Is that better, Amy? Is it blurry, not blurry? Better now? Love that. All the things. I'm better. Love that. Okay, so give me 1 second. So listen, here's one of the things that I'm gonna do. So the way that it was definitely the system. Okay, cool. Great. Love that it wasn't me today. Yesterday was enough technical glitch to last me for a good ass minute, right? Hello, Kat. What's up, Jen the vet? What's up, Kat? Let me see who else I missed. Shanna, Shay, all you folks. Hello. Good morning, Lanny. Hello, Renee W. Within One Heart. Good morning, Micro. Good morning, Blue Honey Pot. I'm trying to see Mel Gray, Christine. Who else did I miss? Folks, if you are on the Sub of the Stack, the Book of the Faces, or the Tube of the U, say hi in the chat, or I won't know that you're there. Okay. If you have noticed, I am going to, let me see if I can maximize this. I don't want to do that. I do want to do it maybe like this. Is that better? You guys tell me over there if that's better for you. I'm glad to see everybody popping in here. I'm excited about today. What's up, Shay May? Happy New Year to everybody. Hey, Tammy. Salam Mohammed. Good morning, Barbara. What's up, Tim Burke? How are you? Listen, Tim, tell me, do you like this layout better or this layout better? And do you like it better if I'm the one over there or like this? I don't know what you might like. Good morning, Marianne Alexander. Good to see everybody. Good morning, Witch. Yeah, so I'm going to see if she's in here. So let me just tell y'all this. Here's the thing that I have shared. So I did help my mom get on TikTok today. If she pops in here, you will not know because you like the last one, this one. Okay, yes, baby cakes. Yes. What? I know. I said after I'm done. After I'm done working. You've been being great all morning while I prepared. So stay with it for me, okay? Okay, so but I did it so that my mom could do it and be safe. Yes. Okay, well then get something, sissy. So I don't know what to do about the glitchy and fuzzy. Y'all, that's got to be a TikTok thing because it is not a me thing. It is for you guys as well. I'm pixelated. Oh, oh, TikTok. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. It is probably TikTok because it's definitely not your girl. I spent a lot of time making sure I was, but I don't want it to be super pixelated if you're gonna have the ability to see this. So you swiped and came back and it fixed itself on the TikTok end. Love that, Micro. So TikTok is oh my geez, oh Pete. It's clearing up. It's better now. Love that. Okay, cool. It looks okay there. Perfect. Okay, so listen, we're gonna rock and go with what we've got today. I'm not really gonna fret about aesthetics too much. because we have a lot of really important content. What I do think I'm going to do just to try to assist. Here's what I think I'm going to do, because my two Macs will talk to each other and I do not want them to cause an issue. So I'm going to shut this Mac down. Let me do this really quickly. I'm going to shut this down and I'm going to see if that helps us at all. Okay. So I'm going to only have two systems up instead of one, and then see if that really helps in case I have resources pulling. Yes, baby. You going to what?
I don't know how to put that.
You don't know how to do what to it? You don't know where to put it? I got it. You don't need to put it anywhere. Oh, so you're trying to sit beside me while I work? Is that what you want to do? You can get on that stool. She's going to sit on this side of me. Okay, I just got super clear. That's because my two Macs were talking to each other. And so I closed one down. So here's the thing. So I'm using the desktop is my daughter's old desktop, which I love because it's newer than my MacBook, right? However, it doesn't have the same processing, and it doesn't have the same storage and capacity as my MacBook. The problem is my MacBook is older, so it doesn't have the Intel processor. It has Intel, not the silicone processor that the desktop does. And so if I could put the two of them together, it would be perfect, but I can't. So it just kind of is what it is. Okay. All right. So let me level set for just a moment. Hopefully my mom has made her way here. I'm not going to identify her when she's in here. And the reason why I'm not is because I don't trust the fuck nuts on TikTok. Okay. So she's on here with a name that is not hers. Like a generic word to how your nickname on TikTok thing. And I made her account private. And so she's not a troll. She might look like one, but she's not. But that's because I don't want people following my mom. I don't want people sending my mom messages and all the things, but I do want her to be able to engage. Okay. So hopefully she's here and everything is good. So things that I want to do today, I want to wrap up the remainder of Jack's testimony, right? Of Jack's deposition. I also want to go over greetings, Monica. I also want to go over some of the other transcripts from the investigation. I've pulled up a lot of those resources to do with you guys. Right. Welcome, Mystery Mom. 100%. 100%. Plus, to be quite frank, her being on here as a name that people don't know is hers, I think is great. That way she can express how she feels and then not have to worry about if it's an issue for me. Because, for example, we've been on Facebook before and her say, I had to bite my tongue or I had to leave your live because I didn't want to say something and then have it like look badly on you. And I'm like, you don't ever have to do that, but I want her to feel like she can do what she do. You know what I mean? Exactly, Christine. So if this keeps up over here on the TikTok side, guys, I may, because I'm on TikTok Studio over here. If you guys are cool with it, what I may do is ditch the TikTok Studio and I may go to TikTok on my phone. Just to see if the algorithm is nicer to us and does what it does. You know what I mean? All right. So the last couple of days, we have been going over Jack Smith's testimony in front of Congress, in front of the House Judiciary Committee. And we've been listening to him, and we've also had the document pulled up. If you want to watch it for yourself, if you want to read along in the transcript, the links to all of that is in my link tree. Okay. I'm going to ask you guys to do me a favor. Please beef up the shares and all the things so that the algorithm gets the fuck on board with what we need to do today. And we get things out as much as we can. So, oh, thanks, Barbara. That's really sweet of you. So we're going to be digging into the nitty gritty, and I get really excited when we get to talk about court cases and evidence. I'm just a big believer in it, right? I'm a big believer in court cases. I'm a big believer in evidence and facts. Regardless of what political party maybe you've belonged to, what candidate you voted for in the past. I think that all of us as adults, good morning, MT. I think that all of us as adults and as citizens and as responsible voters should be absolutely willing to take a look at information and go to town with it, right? And be able to accept it for what it is. Good morning, Sue. So having said that, if you are new to this space, which probably many of you are not, because y'all see how TikTok's treating us today? So before we go too much further on this side of the house, on you guys' side, how do you feel about me getting off the live studio and going live from my phone to see if the algorithm behaves better? How do y'all feel about that? Or should we just rock it out and see what happens? I'm good either way. I don't really care. The only difference is when I'm live on my phone, right? If I flip you guys around and I show you video, sometimes y'all know TikTok will restrict. Why don't we just give it a minute? Let's see what the algorithm does, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, I'm good with that. All right, me either, Tammy. Okay, so couple of things. Thanks for Steve Grace. All right, so things that are on the agenda today. And I am pretty excited about this. So give me a second because I got to pull it up for you. You guys ready? I want us to hear from I want us to hear Zohran Mamdani's inauguration speech from yesterday. I am also, I want to see how long the damn thing is. So give me 1 second. Because I'm very excited about, it's only 20 some minutes, so we can do that. But I'm excited. So today you can look for me to share Zohran Mamdani's inauguration speech from yesterday. You can also look forward to us watching the rest of Jack and digging into some of the other transcripts. Yeah, it was like 24 minutes, Bexy. David, no, he won't. Zohran Mamdani will not be the next president. No, he won't. And the reason why he won't is because he's the mayor of New York City. He's going to be focused on New York City. And there's in no way, shape, or form that after 1 year of becoming the mayor of New York City, he would leave that post to begin campaigning to be the president. Like, that's just not a thing. I do love that he asked Bernie to be the person who swore him in. Yeah, he is committed to the Quran. Well,
what
yeah.
is?
Yeah, I see.
To keep watching.
Yes, I see. I love that. Can you get that for me? Okay, let me just address a couple of things. Zohran Mamdani, right? Because he was not born in the United States, so therefore he can't be the president, right? We understand that. But even if that was a thing, he wouldn't do it. It's not his thing. So no, he wasn't born in Hawaii. He was born in Uganda. So if you don't know, let me just go ahead and clear it up, and appreciate you folks coming in here so concerned about Zohran Mamdani and the presidency. I love that you're engaged in politics. So let's talk about it. Okay. So Zohran Mamdani was born in Uganda. He was actually named after a Ugandan leader. That's why his middle name is Kwame. So his name is Zohran Kwame Mamdani. He was born in Uganda. You can only become the president of the United States if you were born in the United States. Good morning, Cam. So Zohran Mamdani cannot be the president of the United States. Okay, he's not naturally born here. So that's number one. Number two. Well, no, it wasn't. It's not birthright, Croc. It's not birthright because he literally wasn't born here. Zohran Mamdani wasn't born here. So he can't be the president because of the Constitution. Right? So it's not birthright Croc when it comes to Mamdani because he literally wasn't born in the United States. He was born in Uganda. Good morning, Jen 2.0. Yeah, he was legitimately born in Uganda. So yeah, he can't be the president. So I think it's important for people to understand that. For the person who in here said he's dedicated to the Quran, I would say if you didn't have a problem, what happened, sis? Come here. What happened? You hurt yourself? What happened? Oh, you did. What did you do? What did you do? How did you do it? Let me see. Oh, it did? Okay, let me see. Let me see. You're okay. Listen. It's just a little red with a little scratch. It's okay. It's not bleeding or anything. You just got a little boo-boo. That sucked, huh? That sucked. Her toy hit her face. Okay. You're all right. You're okay. You're okay. Okay, so be careful. Don't put it near your eyes, okay? You're all good now. Can you cover your mouth when you cough for me? Okay. There you go. Now you can get a snack if you want, okay? All right, so we're going to play, okay? And can you check to see if Dominic's up yet? I did, Audra. I did already. Yeah, it scratched her little face. Okay. Okay, Mila. Mila, you've been hurt. Mila, you're okay. It does? Okay, well, let me help you. Give me 1 second. It's burning her little cheek. Come here, let me help you. Hey. Okay. Thank you. Let me get it for you. There. Now it's not burning, right? There. All better. All better. Here. One. You good? Okay. You want me to open it? All right. She's all better. You know how you scratch your face and it kind of like scratches the skin, but it doesn't like make it bleed or anything. It just hurts a little bit. Yeah. So that's what she had happen. Like one of the plastic end of a toy scraped her face. So guys, I want you all to remember something. Don't engage with David. David is being a distraction and you all are helping David distract. All of you all that are talking to David are helping David distract. I told you, leave all of those people to me. Let those people talk to me and me only. And then we can stay focused on the conversation that we're having. Right, Audra, David who? Now, if David would like to discuss any of the topic, then David can request his way to the panel and come see me. So remember, what did we say? In 2026, I need you to be like Jack. I need you to be completely unfucking bothered by the nonsense. Why are you going to let somebody elicit a response from you that they're not worth? Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. So we love the fact that David is contributing to the algorithm, and we love the fact that David may actually learn some really valuable information just from being here. Right? There may be things that seep into David's subconscious that he wasn't counting on that do him some good. Right? So we love that for David. Right? Now, for someone like David who says something like, oh, he's committed to the Quran. If you do not have an issue with someone being committed to the Bible, then I don't want to hear anything about somebody being committed to the Quran. because just like the Quran, the Bible, the text in and of itself, calls for people to do really horrendous things in some cases, right? So this is the reality is if you don't have an issue with the horrendous things that are in the Bible, then I don't want to hear shit about the Quran. So you can miss me with the Islamophobia, right? All day long. We're not doing that here. Okay. So now, if you would like to talk about the Quran and the Bible, or if you would like to talk about religion, and I just want to be clear about something, a text like the Quran or the text like a Bible is not in and of itself the faith. How someone exercises their faith within a particular religion is going to largely depend on that particular person. So if that particular person is violent in and of themselves, then whatever they practice, no matter what type of faith they practice, it will be violent. You can't lift it, baby, because the bowl's on it. Just put it up there on the top. Right? So I think it's very important for people to understand that it is not the religion or the faith in and of itself that is the issue. It is the person that is practicing the faith and the religion, regardless of what it is. That is why you had the Crusades, right? And you had things done in the name of Christianity. That is why you had Christianity being used to justify having slaves, right? If you are a violent, shitty individual, regardless of whatever faith you choose, you will weaponize it and you will turn it into a violent, shitty faith because that's who you are. Okay. So let's just be very clear about that fact. There are many, many, many countries and places around the world that practice various different religions, and you do not see the same issues that you see in some places. So for example, if you see issues with the way that the Islam is practiced in, for example, Saudi Arabia or Dubai, right? Then what you will absolutely see is that in other places where Islam is practiced, you don't see this, you don't see those things. So the issue isn't Islam, the issue is the country or the place or the people that's practicing it. I don't know what you mean when you say, is that why Pope Francis feels different? About what? Good morning, Lori. Good to see you over there. Now, I don't know if y'all noticed, but did you see David get really fucking quiet? Because I did. That's what happens when you do not buy into the trolling, when you don't feed their desire for attention, when you don't play into their desire to distract, when you don't just react to the ridiculous things they say, there's no energy. You're not giving any energy to it. So they're not getting any benefit out of it. Oh yeah, the new Pope does feel more genuine because he is Pope Leo. And while he is the Pope, and while he is Catholic, he as an individual is different. It's the same thing with pretty much anything. Good morning, David. This is the other David. This is our David, right? So just saying. So I just want us to be very clear about those things and how we're going to operate in this space as we head into 2026, period. Okay. Now, if you were on, how many of you all were not with me yesterday, like the third or fourth time that I tried to go live and when I really went live successfully? And if you were not with me yesterday, when we got to the part of Jack's deposition, where he was being asked specifically about the December 19th meeting in the White House that Eric Hirschman attended. And when I went over Eric Hirschman's deposition testimony about that meeting, if you were not here yesterday when we covered that portion, can you put a 1 in the comments for me? If you were not here yesterday when Jack Smith was specifically asked about the December 19th party meeting at the White House. And the mention of Eric Hirschman and Sidney Powell, and then me covering Jack Smith, me covering Eric Hirschman's, or a portion of Eric Hirschman's testimony about that meeting. Got it, Lori. Yeah. So a lot of you weren't. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, hearing the deposition was crazy. So because that is such an important piece of what transpired, and it's such a significant part of Jack's case, I'm going to kick us off by revisiting that, if you guys are cool with that. I just think it's super important for us to do that. And we'll also inevitably, I think, touch back on Roger Stone. If you were with me or you weren't with me, I oftentimes I refer to a documentary that I own called A Storm Foretold. And I talk about the last part of this documentary where Roger Stone makes some hellacious comments about what he supports, which is the impeachment of Donald Trump. When Roger Stone calls for Jared Kushner to be investigated, when Roger Stone says he wants to know how the money changed hands on Steve Bannon, when Roger Stone says that Donald Trump should go to prison. If you weren't here for any of that, that documentary is one that I own that is from a Dutch filmmaker. And they do not have streaming rights in this country for that film. I purchased it during a very short window of time when it was available on Vimeo during the J6 hearings in 2023. So what I do every so often is I do a movie night. And previously it has been with subscribers. The next one will be open to the public. Okay. That next one is going to be January, mark your calendars, January the 22nd at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, in order to get the link to join this viewing with me, you will need to go to my Discord, to my link tree, not to my Discord, but to my link tree. And there's a Google form, and it says that the viewing has closed, and it says, do you want to be notified for the next viewing? You need to fill out that Google form, and then I'm going to be sending out an email that tells you exactly when the next one is. And then everybody that responds to that and everybody that registers to that will then get the link to join us for that viewing. I can hold up to 1,000 people in the room for this viewing. So if you want to watch this documentary, that is the way that you do it. Okay. Now, let me also share this with you. When you say yes, you want to be notified, you are agreeing that you cannot in any way, shape, or form record in part or in whole this documentary. And I want to be clear, the reason I'm making you do that is because it is not legal to just stream it here in the US, right? Nope, 6:30 is for the trainings, Longs Legs. The documentary is at 6. 6:30 is for some of the other things, I think. Wait, I'm lying. You're right, Long Legs. I'm incorrect. January 22nd is the workshop. Sorry. January 22nd is the workshop, which is at 6 p.m. And January 19th is the documentary viewing at 6:30. Thank you, Long Legs. So, couple things going on. January 19th, which is movie night, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the documentary viewing. January 22nd at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that will be the very next free workshop training that I do. I do those once a month. And they're open to everybody. You don't have to be a subscriber or a super fan. Got it? So if you're not registered to get the notification and the information about the documentary viewing, you need to go to my link tree to be able to do that. Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to circle back to this specific part of Jack Smith's testimony before Congress. And I'm only going to play the video on one side, and I'm going to play it on the side that has the best volume, so you'll be able to hear it, so that you can hear it all. So I'm going to back this up just a smidge, back to the part where he's being asked specifically about this meeting, so Lori, in my link tree can somebody that is in my Discord grab the Google form from my link tree and also put it in the Discord for the documentary, so that you can actually sign up to get the link for the documentary in the link tree and on the Discord. So if one of my folks could do that for me, I'd greatly appreciate it. So we're going to back up and we're going to listen to Jack really quickly, where he is being asked specifically about two things, about Roger Stone and a couple of the other people, like Steve Bannon, that the January 6th committee wanted to bring in to be deposed. And when they brought those people in, for example, Roger Stone, he specifically pled the fifth the entire time. And then they asked Jack whether or not he was able to sit with Roger Stone and or any of the other two people, either of the other two people. And if so, were they given a proffer, or were there discussions around potential immunity deals for those people in exchange for their testimony? Jack's response is basically, no, we didn't. When he's asked why not, he said, well, first of all, the people that you mentioned would be incredibly difficult to deal with, like Roger Stone. And we had so many other co-conspirators who we were able to get information from that we did not feel it was necessary to offer immunity to these people for information and evidence that we could get from other places, which I thought was fucking amazing and astounding. Okay. So having said that, what I'm going to do is,
he got a hostile reception because he had no evidence to back up the fraud claims. And he said something to the effect of, I thought we were all Republicans here.
He's talking about Rudy Giuliani.
Throughout the case.
Good morning, Sheesnell.
It went to the strength of the case that we had, because the witnesses we were going to call were the people that the president reached out to sort of further these.
Okay, so listen to this questioning right here.
I want to touch on a point, because it seems like the evidence you uncovered showed certain members of Congress, including Republicans, pushing back on this assertion about the big lie. And I'm characterizing some of these claims about the election.
Oh, thanks, Long Legs, for becoming a super fan.
If I use that term.
You said you can use whatever term you want.
Okay. Oh, I'm going to use the big lie. So do you recall any evidence when you were talking to Mr. Giuliani that he truly believed all the voter fraud claims that he was putting out around the country?
Our evidence was he did not. And in fact, when we interviewed him, he disavowed a number of the claims. He claimed they were mistakes or hyperbole. Even the claim about Ruby Freeman, where he basically destroyed this poor woman's life by claiming she was a vote scammer. President Trump did the same thing in a recorded call with Secretary of State. He disavowed things he'd said in that interview. Thank you.
Yeah, you're using your email, Lori.
Were you able to interview some of the individuals that our January 6th committee was unable to interview? For example, did you interview Mark Meadows?
We did.
We weren't able to talk to Mr. Meadows. Were you able to find out what the communication
So I want to
was?
stop for just a second. She said, we were not able, as the January 6th committee, to interview Mark Meadows. Were you able to do that? He said, we did. So I think that is, yeah, sure, Kat, you can do that. Yeah, sure, you can do that as well. So, hey, David, you can do a lot of things, but what you cannot do is spread misinformation in my chat. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to join me on the panel right now to discuss your claim right now about quote unquote voter fraud. And if you're not willing to do that, you'll be muted for making statements like that. So I have 100% sent you an invitation to join this panel. So let me know when you're ready to do that. Because if you're not, you can share your opinions. What I won't let you do is spread misinformation in the comments. Yeah, you're welcome, Nene. Yeah, not our David 0577, but the other David who I sent a direct invitation to. Right. David, no, he's not true. and that is why I'm giving David the opportunity right now to join the panel. Hey, Rick, tell Sue I said hello. Or he will end up getting muted, not because he disagrees with me, but simply because I don't allow misinformation in the space. We can have discussions around what your claims are, right? But we're not going to do disinformation in the space. So choose. Good morning, Javi Bration. Okay, so it looks like David is not going to accept my invitation to come to the panel. Surprise, surprise, shocker, clutch my pearls and all the things. Hey, Hudson's grandmama. So what we will do is we will continue to move on with the factual information that we're listening to today. Okay, here we go. So Jack Smith has just finished saying, yes, we were able to speak with and depose Mark Meadows, but not some of the other people. So here's the finishing of that questioning. You guys ready?
Between Mr. Meadows and Mr. Bannon and potentially Mr. Stone on the evening of
Meadows,
January
Bannon,
5th,
Stone.
the so-called war room at the hotel.
I don't recall that as I sit here right now. I know Mr. Meadows spoke to a number of people who were either involved in or adjacent to this conspiracy. As I
Yes,
sit
he
here
did.
right now, I don't recall that specific evidence. I think he was in touch with Bannon, but I don't recall specifically the answer to that question.
Mr. Bannon made an extraordinary video basically predicting the events of January 6th on the day before. Were you able to discover either by interviewing Mr. Bannon or those who had knowledge of what he was doing, how he was aware of the riot before it happened?
We did not interview Mr. Bannon. I believe that particular statement you're talking about would have been part of our proof. And my recollection is that we had evidence that would indicate from some point, not immediately after the election, but shortly thereafter, sometime might have been closer to December period, that Bannon, who had been out of touch with President Trump for some period of time, got back in more regular touch with him at some time. And in fact, this is reminding me, my recollection is that we had a text thread that between Bannon and Epstein that went through a lot of this period. On that text thread,
That's Boris
I
Epstein.
believe it was the evening
Not Jeffrey.
of
Jeffrey was
January 6th,
unalived.
right around the time the senators' calls were occurring at the direction of the president. And there was an exchange between those two wherein I believe that Epstein asked Bannon, "Are you in touch with him?" And the answer was affirmative, and it was something to the effect of, "He's still on fire." And that's right at the same time that these calls are happening, after he refused to do what he could to stop the attack on the Capitol, after the tweet about Mike Pence.
In December, there were several meetings in the White House
Listen,
where efforts were to overthrow the election were discussed in terms of the fake elector scheme. The president issued his tweet calling the mob to Washington that it would be wild. Did you identify members of Congress who participated in any of those meetings
Participated in meetings at the White House.
in December?
I'm thinking now, I can't say that we didn't, but as I sit here right now, I can't think of a member of Congress in particular that attended the meetings I'm thinking of right now.
Who,
Not saying it didn't happen, I just don't have a
So to
recollection.
follow up on that, there was a December 18th meeting. Do you remember a December 18th meeting at the White House right before President Trump then issued the "Will Be Wild" tweet in the early morning of December 19th? Do you remember? I believe Ms. Powell was there and others were at the White House discussing with Mr. Trump.
I remember there was a meeting with Sidney Powell where there was a discussion about whether she would be appointed for sort of special counsel for to sort of have this role that would assist Trump in pushing these these claims of election fraud that were false. My recollection of that is the meeting ended, I believe, with President Trump saying, "I want her in that position," but then it didn't happen because she didn't fill out the paperwork, clearance paperwork necessary for that. That's my, I don't know if that's the 18th, but it's around that time.
And do you recall any members, just following up on Ms. Laughlin's point, do you recall any members of Congress being present or participating in that meeting?
No.
There's a record of this in our files. I remember certain individuals. I think Mark Meadows was there.
Yep.
An individual by the name of Eric Hirschman was there.
Our guy.
I think Rudy Giuliani was there. There was a number of
He
people
was.
there. I'm not remembering if there's anybody in particular you can ask me. I can see if I could remember, but that's what I remember now.
who?
Okay, so I'm going to
introduced
pause right there. So they are asking him, were any members of Congress at this meeting on December 18th? And in this meeting on December 18th, Sidney Powell is saying that she wants to be named special counsel. She wants to be given the authority to start seizing voting machines. And so they are saying, do you know of any members of Congress who were there? And he says, no, if this is the meeting that I'm recalling, right? He says, no, Mark Meadows was there. I believe Rudy Giuliani was there, which he came later. A guy by the name of Eric Hirschman was there. And I love the fact that he's specifically mentioning Eric Hirschman because over a year and change ago on TikTok, we read Eric Hirschman's entire deposition from the January 6th investigation. It is a 220 plus page document that we read right here on this app. And so what I want to do is I'm going to that deposition right now, and I'm going to share with you what page I'm going to start on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read for you Eric Hirschman's firsthand account of that specific meeting that they are asking Jack Smith about right now, because I think it's incredible when you hear how this meeting occurred, what was said, and from somebody who was in the room. Okay, if you are not familiar with Eric Hirschman, you may remember him if you watched the January 6th hearings when there was a video that was played. And the video that was played, he was being asked what he said to John Eastman when John Eastman told him that about this legal theory that he had, that Mike Pence, in his role as the head of the Senate, could simply choose not to certify the election. And in that video, Eric Hirschman said, I said, are you out of your effing mind? That is how many people are like, I know Eric Hirschman, right? Because that's how he said it. He was like, so I said to him, are you out of your effing mind? And the thing that I love about Eric Hirschman, now don't get me wrong, on any given day, yeah, he was in the room when it happened, the room when it happened, the room when it happened. But the thing that I love about Eric Hirschman in this case is that Eric Hirschman is what I would consider to be old school Republican in terms of, like, I hate to say this, but like the regular corruption shit would be totally cool with, right? But the hardline constitutional issues, he was not going to be down with, right? And that's why he was brought into the White House. Eric Hirschman, oh, thanks, Ray. Eric Hirschman is the fixer. That's his role. He had no specific title in the administration, but he was the fixer. On January 6th, he is the guy that was like, somebody get him to send out a tweet to get his people out of the Capitol. When he was like, where is Ivanka? Eric Hirschman is the guy who went to get Ivanka to say, come get your daddy, to put out a tweet to call his people back. And it is literally, yeah, he's a Republican. He's just not into fascism. You got it, Night on the Sun. Exactly. And so what I also love about him is, unlike a lot of other folks that are like, oh, I'm just going to take the fifth, Eric Hirschman said, listen, I'm telling the truth and I'm shaming the devil because I'm not going down for not near one of y'all. I didn't know this shit was coming. I said this shit was crazy. And and you're not about to get me, you're not about to get me lynched up with it, right? So what I'm going to do now is I've got his testimony pulled up. I am beginning at the top of page 167 from his no, please stop. Don't do that. So I am at the top of 167. This is Eric Hirschman's testimony. You can find this at govinfo.gov. If you look up January 6th committee supporting documents and transcripts, this is here. And so that's where I'm at. And here's what he says. Question, Mr. Hirschman, do you know how the December 18th, 2020 meeting in the evening with Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, Patrick Byrne, Emily Newman, the president, and others came about? Answer, they were a group of us walked out of the Oval. It was Friday, already late, and they started walking in. Question, do you know if this was a scheduled meeting or how they managed to make their way to the Oval Office? Answer, I don't know how they got in. Question, were you present for the meeting? Answer, yes. Question, who else was there? Well, well, first, is it correct that Sidney Powell, General Flynn, Patrick Byrne, Emily Newman, and the president were there? Let me see if I can do this for you folks over here. This might be cool for y'all. All right, so my folks on all the other platforms, you can actually see the deposition that I'm reading from, right? Perfect. Love that. Okay. All right. Answer. Oh, the president was in the Oval Office. I mean, Flynn, I had never met before, but I recognized him. Byrne, I had never seen before. That's the Overstock dude. And I didn't know who he was. And Sidney. And I had some interactions with her, which were normally confrontational. They went into the Oval. Sidney was all the way on the right. Flynn was next to her, then Patrick Byrne. And I remember Emily Newman was on the couch or at a chair, and I sat initially in the back. This is what I love so much about the way that he's giving this testimony is we've all seen images of the Oval Office, have we not? We have. So I want you to picture the Oval Office from the back. And Eric Hirschman is in the back. And now I want you to picture exactly what he said. You've got Trump, the president, who is sitting at the desk in the Oval Office, right? And then you've got Sidney Powell. Hold on a second. Sorry. You've got Sidney all the way on the right-hand side, right? Salam Aleen. Then you've got right next to her, General Michael Flynn. And then you've got Patrick Byrne. And then Emily Newman. And we've all seen the couches and the chairs in the Oval Office. She was sitting in one of those. And Eric Hirschman says, I initially sat in the back. Question, was anybody else there that you can think of? Answer, no, not at that point. Question, what about later? Did Mark Meadows, Pat Cipollone, anybody else from the White House staff join in? Answer, no, like later on, Pat Cipollone, I told someone to get Pat to come down. So here's what he's doing with that. He's clarifying. It's not that Pat was brought into this meeting because Sidney Powell wanted him there or because Michael Flynn wanted him there. he was like, it's not like Pat was scheduled to come join this meeting. He said, I told someone, go get Pat, right? And so that's why Pat came down. And if you remember, Pat Cipollone is part of White House counsel. Yes, babe.
I want
You want what?
you play with me.
And as soon as I'm finishing work, we're going to do that. Okay. Now, this part's important because if you remember Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, she talks a lot about Pat Cipollone. Okay. And what happened around January 6th and his involvement. So listen, he says later on, he said, initially, Pat Cipollone, I told someone to get Pat to come down. Yeah, but hold on, Sacred Space. You gotta let him stay here in this moment. Okay. He says, then Matt Morgan got Pat Cipollone on the phone. Then Robert O'Brien was on the phone for a short period of time. And then Derek Lyons came in. I don't remember the sequence when Derek came in, but Derek came in at some point, right? And I remember that it was his resigning, I think, as of midnight that night. And he had gotten a job somewhere, I think in Kentucky, and he was moving. And they were having his farewell celebration that night. And so question. So what do you recall from the meeting? Answer. And there was a big article that was written about this. And so that's the article that he's referring to. He says, so answer, a lot of this obviously has been reported in whatever article that got written. They went in and the general discussion started off about Dominion voting machines. Okay. So that was the original discussion that went off. Appreciate you guys hitting the live goal over here on TikTok. I think it's going to let me fix it, but maybe not. Maybe. There we go. I was like, geez, oh, Pete, is it going to let me? And it is. So here we go. Hey, Mimi, can you make sure that your brother knows that he can eat? I cooked breakfast before I started work today for everybody. Okay. So listen to what he says, you all. He says, the general discussion started off about Dominion voting machines and overturning the election and foreign interference in it. And she being Sidney Powell, had affidavits that reflected foreign government interference. And, you know, Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, and who knows what other stuff she was saying. They were arguing that everyone was quitters. They used Antrim County as an example of proof of fraud, even though it was a county that we had won. And in short order, I realized Sydney was making a play to appoint herself as special counsel with pretty broad powers. And it kind of escalated pretty quickly, you know, first with me before anyone else came in the room. And initially, I sat down, just sitting in the back watching. And then I jumped in and I cut off Sydney. Hold on a minute. Hold on. What in the world are you talking about? Rudy's been promoting that Democrats change the rules. There was election fraud, no observers, and invalid ballots. And now you're talking about a completely different theory that there is foreign interference that changed the whole thing. And they obviously can't be one and the same. And I was asking, like, are you claiming that the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez in Venezuela and whomever else? And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram. I just want y'all to picture this in the Oval Office. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the voting machines. And some comment about like Nest thermostats, that being Google thermostats, Google Nest, being hooked up to the internet. And then it became very, very, very contentious. I mean, I think the article is pretty accurate. There's other details that I don't know how relevant they are. I think where people was standing was wrong while we were in the meeting, but I had it out with Flynn, definitely had it out with Patrick Byrne. Sydney tried to more funnel her communications directly to the president, trying to convince him that he should appoint her in the capacity as special counsel with broad powers to seize voting machines and do other things. Question: and you were opposed to that? Answer: I think I was opposed to pretty much every single thing that they said in that meeting. Answer. Question. Why were you opposed to Sidney Powell being appointed special counsel? Answer. I thought that what she was proposing and alleging was ridiculous. Question. Why? Answer. Because I didn't see sufficient evidence to say it. She was taking her belief and putting herself in a position where she and the group and others could get top secret clearance and immediately begin to jump in and start seizing machines and taking certain actions. And I thought that entire concept was crazy. Forgetting that it was completely inconsistent with what Rudy was saying. And so I remember getting her to say, that I got getting her to say that, when I challenged her, Rudy's taking this position and you're taking this, aren't you on the same team? And she's like, well, Rudy doesn't understand this case. He's never understood it until just now. And I used that comment later to call Rudy and to get Rudy to come to the White House that night. So pause again. Here's what happens. So Eric Hirschman's listening to Sidney Powell, and he says, hold on a second. You're claiming this, you're claiming that, but Rudy is claiming this. I thought you guys were on the same team. And then Sidney Powell, he's getting Sidney Powell to say Rudy Giuliani's full of shit and doesn't know anything. And then he uses that to get Rudy to come because he's messy and petty, and I love it. And so he says, but otherwise, listen to this part. He said, otherwise, I screamed. Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything. And he kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back, either come over or sit your fucking ass back down. And he looked at me and sat down. Eric Hirschman said, listen, nuck if you buck, bruh. That's what he said. Do y'all know that song? Nuck if you buck. That's what he said, basically. Oh my gosh, it's crazy, right? Hey, the livable life. You are welcome, Ethan. Happy New Year, Elaine. It's astounding to think that you're sitting in the Oval Office and General Michael Flynn is talking shit to Eric Hirschman. And Eric Hirschman says, listen, you either come on over here or sit the fuck on down somewhere. Nuck if you buck, bruh. He said, and he looked at me and sat down. So next, here's what happens. Question: did he, being Michael Flynn, know who you were? Answer: he had no idea who I was. At one point, Byrne said something. He was like, and I just said to him, do you even know who the fuck I am? He goes, yeah, you're Pat Cipollone. I was like, wrong, idiot. Pat wasn't even there yet, right? But I found the entire request and the entire thought process of what they were asking for to be crazy. So I got Matt Morgan on the phone. And Matt did know that what they were saying actually factually didn't happen. Now that part's important, y'all. Listen, the other stuff is entertaining, but listen, he said, I got Matt Morgan on the phone. He said, and Matt knew that what they were saying actually factually did not happen. Now, does anybody know who Matt Morgan is or was at the time? Hold on. So this is important because remember part of this. So Matt Morgan, he's hold on a second. Let me pull this up. His position at the time was special assistant to the president and press secretary to the vice president. Hold on a second. Let me make sure I read this right. Jeez, oh Pete. Where's Matt's name again? I lost it. And so Matt Morgan was the assistant to the vice president and counsel. Sorry. Alyssa Farah was special assistant to the president and press secretary to the vice president. Matt Morgan was the special assistant to president. Wait a minute. Assistant to the vice president and counsel. So that's Matt Morgan, assistant to Mike Pence and counsel. Okay. So imagine you're Eric Hirschman. You get Matt Morgan on the phone and right to Pence. And yeah, I can, Steffi G. That's the problem. And so he is telling them in this deposition, I got on the phone to the special assistants to the vice president and counsel, and the vice president's special assistant counsel knew that what they were saying was factually inaccurate, that it never happened. So when you are prosecuting a conspiracy, when you are prosecuting fraud, it is important to be able to establish that the people making the claims that they were making knew what they were claiming wasn't true, and that you were making those claims in order to commit a fraud. So the fact that Eric Hirschman said, I got Matt Morgan on the phone, and I'm going to read it verbatim, and Matt did know what they were saying actually, factually didn't happen. You know, the president won the county that they were claiming was completely fraudulent and flipping the votes. And then there was a national security argument. So I said, get Robert O'Brien on the phone. Here's what I love about another part of why I love Eric Hirschman being there. He says, oh, you want to talk about national security? Then let's get Robert O'Brien on the phone. You want to talk about what's legal for the White House? Then let's get Pat Cipollone. He says, I want to bring the people into the room that are the experts on this topic in this field for this specific reason. We're not going off of your whims and your fucking feelings. If we think that this is a national security issue, then let's bring in Robert O'Brien, because if there is one, that's the dude who should be in the room, right? Again, it's just incredible, right? So his name is Robert Charles O'Brien. And he was the United States National Security Advisor from 2019 to 2021. So he became the National Security Advisor in 2019. And then let me look right here. He was, you'll actually see different things from him if you Google him up. So he's the dude. He worked for Secretary Pompeo at the time. Okay. So like if you actually look, I'm at the State Department's website, and this was his title from May 25th of 2018 to October 3rd of 2019. His official title was Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, Robert C. O'Brien. So that he worked in the State Department at the time. Okay. So he says, well, so there was a national security argument. So I said, get Robert O'Brien on the phone. I don't think Robert could hear a lot because there was, by that time, it was full blown screaming. And then Pat came in first, and then Derek came in, and Derek unloaded some, which was kind of out of his temperament, right? Question, what was the national security issue for which Robert O'Brien was called? Answer, well, they were claiming there was a national security issue, and there was international interference and Dominion voting machines. And I thought, well, Robert would be the right person to address whether they had uncovered any evidence of that. And question, and what did Mr. O'Brien say? Answer. I don't remember the details, but he did not agree with Sydney. If you don't get anything from this, you all should glean very clearly that Eric Hirschman thinks very little, if anything, of Sydney Powell. He literally can't stand the woman, if you can't tell. Question. It's been reported that Sydney Powell claimed that she only lost her legal cases because every judge is corrupt. Does that sound familiar to you? Answer. No, well, I challenged her. I remember Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she was like, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the entire country, you guys lost? Every one of them is corrupt? Like, even the ones we appointed? And that was it. And he says, I was being nice. I was much more harsh to her. So he said, what I just said to you was my nice version. The way that I said it to her was much more harsh. But I basically challenged her and said, so you expect me to believe that every single one of these court cases that you had all across this country, every single damn judge you went in front of was corrupt, even the ones we appointed, Sydney, right? And question, what did she say in response to that? Answer, yes. Question, did the president have a reaction to that? Answer, he was predominantly watching, and listening to what was going on. And she would every so often turn to him because Patrick Byrne at some point stood up and he was dressed in a hoodie. And I don't know what in the world he was doing there, and leaned in and saying, we're both executives, sir. We've both been CEOs. We understand this. So what you have is Patrick Byrne, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's the dude from Overstock, right, you guys? Hold on. Let me just make sure. Patrick Byrne. Yeah, he's the dude from Overstock. Okay. So you literally have the CEO of Overstock in the overstock.com in the fucking Oval Office saying to the president of the United States, listen, you and I are both CEOs. We understand this. As if somehow being a CEO makes you qualified to understand national security. Come on, you guys. We got My Pillow guy and fucking overstock.com running the country, or trying to. It doesn't get any crazier than this. So I'm gonna repeat. He says he was predominantly watching, talking about Trump, and listening to what was going on. And she would every so often turn to him because Patrick Byrne, Overstock.com dude, at some point stood up. He was dressed in a hoodie. I don't know what in the world he was doing there, leaning in, and he was saying, we're both executives, sir. We've both been CEOs. We understand this. And at some point, I made some wise guy comment about, yeah, Patrick and I also ran a publicly traded company. And I didn't have the problems that you had because I heard the Overstock issues were pretty well known about the problems he had at his role. So Eric is being his petty ass self again, saying, yeah, I ran a publicly traded company too. But we didn't have the issues you had at Overstock. Oh my God. And he says, but he was leaning in, like entrepreneur to entrepreneur, those type of comments. Question. It's also been reported that Miss Powell and General Flynn told President Trump that the Justice Department and the FBI were both corrupt and couldn't be trusted. Does that sound familiar? Answer. It sounds familiar. Question. It was publicly reported that President Trump several times said things to the effect of, you guys are offering me nothing. These guys, meaning Sydney Powell and her team, are at least offering me a chance. Does that sound familiar? So let me be clear about what she's asking, what this question, what this line of questioning is Donald Trump is sitting in the Oval Office and he's got crazy ass Sydney Powell talking about Google Nest machines and Dominion voting machines and people talking to each other via IP addresses and international interference with Hugo and Venezuela, and that being, thank you, Christine, and that being the reason that there's been election fraud, and she's wanted to be a special prosecutor with broad powers to just run in and start seizing voting machines. And then you've got the other side of the camp saying none of that shit happened. And you have the president of the United States saying, okay, well, you guys aren't offering me anything. Like, at least Sydney's giving me a chance. She's giving me a chance to overthrow the election. You guys are just telling me fraud didn't happen, not enough fraud to change the outcome. So, you know, I think I'm going to listen to the quacks that all of you all in positions of expertise and knowledge and training are saying didn't happen. And you're saying legally it didn't happen. And we're losing all of the court cases, but your facts aren't giving me a chance to overthrow the election. So I think I'm going to listen to Sydney. And here's what Eric Hirschman said. He says, I don't remember him saying that. I mean, I remember it being more, you know, like Flynn turning around and screaming, you're quitting, you know, that type of crap. And to me, it was kind of shocking. Some of these people I had never seen before in my life, and they had no idea what was going on. And here they are telling the president, you know, that the people around here aren't fighting for you for what we think is right. So Eric Hirschman says, all of a sudden, there's these crazy ass people in the Oval Office. I don't know who they are. I don't know what they're doing here, right? From pillows to fucking overstock.com. They don't have any clue about this. And Mike Flynn is screaming, you guys are quitters. You won't keep finding a way to make this happen. And he's like, I'm just like, this shit is nuts because y'all are crazy. And so, and then he goes on to say, but as I told you, by this stage of the game, I had a pretty good understanding of which factual allegations I thought were supportable and which were not. And I thought this was pie in the sky type of stuff. It's also the explanation for idiotic. He is calling the Dominion voting machines, the Google Nest shit, the Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, he's calling all of that ridiculous, pie in the sky, and idiotic. And he says, I mean, at one point, Derek challenged her that they couldn't even spell district correctly, you know, and they had all these iterations. She gave some idiotic explanation. I remember the president making some comment about that. Question, it's been publicly reported that at some point during the meeting, President Trump orally appointed Sidney Powell to be special counsel. Does that sound familiar? Answer, no. I think she was saying, you have the authority to do all of this. And he was like, along the lines of, yeah, he knew he had the authority, but not that he was appointing her special counsel, which is what you heard Jack Smith saying. You heard Jack say, to the best of my recollection, I remember the president saying, yeah, I would like for Sidney to be the special counsel, but she never did any paperwork. It never became a thing. It never happened. Question. Okay. So at some point, did Mr. Giuliani join either in person or by the phone? Answer. The first part of the meeting in the Oval was without Rudy being there. And I don't think Mark was there either, Mark being Mark Meadows. It was just myself originally for a while, then Cipollone, which is Pat Cipollone, then Derek. Now, let me just tell you, immediately when I hear Pat, you all know that there were two Pats, right? There was Pat Cipollone, and there's another Pat, and I can't think of the name right now. I'm always interested when I think back to this clip of Roger Stone, where he says, yeah, and that's bad for Pat because he's easy to find. You remember that? when Roger Stone is saying, yeah, and that's bad for Pat because he's easy to find. And it makes me, it sounds so mobbish. It sounds so criminal organization. You know what I mean? And so I always wonder when he's referring to Pat being easy to find, is he referencing Pat Cipollone, who was against these crazy shit that they wanted to do? Because Pat Cipollone was very against this stuff around January 6th, you know? So anyway, here we go. He says, it was just myself originally for a while, then Cipollone, and then Derek. Mark Morgan, was on the phone for a bit of time, and Robert O'Brien was on for a bit of time. We broke. In other words, we broke the meeting. We took a recess on the meeting. And he said, I called Meadows. I think he was at home at that stage. And I said, get in here. When you say Brody, do you mean Bernie? Do you mean Bernie, Rachel? I don't remember Roger referencing Brody. I remember him referencing Bernie. What Brody? I have to listen. I'm going to play the clip again in a minute. So we'll get there and we'll listen. Oh, when he talked about Jared? Okay. Yeah. So we'll get to that part in just a second because I'm going to play the clip. No, he said he fucked over Bernie. He said he fucked over Bernie and Rudy. And because he's talking about, when he's talking about Bernie, he's referring to Bernie Carrick. That's who he's referring to. Bernie Carrick is now deceased, but Bernie Carrick at the time was heavily involved in all of this with Roger Stone. And when he says he fucked over Bernie, it's because Trump did not give Bernie a pardon, and Bernie Carrick ended up going to prison. Yeah, he's talking about Bernie. And because he says he fucked over Bernie, or he betrayed Bernie, he betrayed Rudy. That's what he's talking about. And he's talking about not giving out the pardons. Okay, so here we go. Let me check you guys because you guys are in another browser. I just want to check on you, make sure you're good over here. Good morning, Jeff Kennedy. Yeah, listen. Hey, good morning, Mary Esther. Good to see you, Veronica. Yeah, so Night on the Sun. Night on the Sun. I wish you had been with me a year and a half ago when we read this entire deposition from page 1 to the end. And I believe it's something like 222 or 223 pages, right? Yes, Pat Philbin was the other White House counsel. And when I tell you, if you think this account of what happened on December 18th is astounding, oh my God, his account of actual January 5th and 6th and his account of like when he's running around the White House and he's trying to find Ivanka to come get her daddy because Trump won't listen to anybody else except her. You're just like, what the fuck is going on in his account? And he goes on, listen, he talks about, he's running around, he's trying to get Ivanka. After the January 6th shit, when he knew it was all going to be what it is, Eric Hirschman gave instructions. Now, I want you to remember that Eric Hirschman doesn't have an official title at the White House, right? He's just the fixer dude. Eric Hirschman then gives an instruction, right? Good morning. Eric Hirschman then gives an instruction for Sidney Powell to not be allowed anywhere in the White House. He gives instruction for Sidney Powell, Mr. Pillow. He said, keep them quacks out the damn. What he was attempting to do was to limit those people that were telling Trump the things he wanted to hear, giving him unsound legal advice, and basically egging that he wanted to get those people out and away from the White House in order to get things back into control. And he's so mad when he finds out one day Sidney Powell's ass is walking the fuck around the White House. He said, how did she get back in here? Come to find out, someone had passed the message along to a lower White House, not intern, but White House aide, intern, whatever, right? Someone lower on the totem pole. And they were instructed to prop a back door open of the White House in order for Sidney Powell to get back in. The White House. The what? Y'all see my face? We're propping the door open of the White House? Y'all, do y'all understand the absolute insanity that is? Like, this isn't like, you know, prop open the back door of the school, right? And then y'all want to talk about, right, security breach, right? Oh my God. I'm just saying. But here we go. I'm glad you guys are in here and with me on this. So, but it is wild. Okay, so here we go. So let me get back to this part of the deposition. I need a drink real quick. So this first meeting that took place in the Oval Office has ended. They broke the meeting because it was very crazy. And he gets on the phone and he calls Mark Meadows. And this is what he says. I'm at the bottom of page 172 of this transcript. And he says, Mark, I wouldn't call you this late at night. You know, these people are crazy. Like, I'm laughing, but it's almost like, oh my God. Can you imagine? You're the White House legal fixer and you're calling the chief of staff and you're going, I know it's really late and you're at home, but you need to come in here because these people are crazy. These people are crazy. And they have got the ear of the president. And then, because he's messy and I love it, Eric Hirschman says, and then I called Rudy. He said, I said to Rudy, you know, I didn't know, but I hear you're a dumbass. He said, Sidney says, you don't know what the hell you're doing, and you're just a dumbass, and you don't know what's going on here. And I thought I worked up Rudy enough to say, if I were you, Rudy, I'd get in here. He said, I called Rudy, worked him up enough, and then I said, hey, if I was you, I'd get on in here, Rudy. Because Sidney says, you're a dumbass, and you don't know what's going on, and you don't understand. I mean, man, Rudy, if I was you, I'd get in here. Because Sidney's telling the president, you're a dumbass, and you don't know shit. Holy shit. And this is Eric Hirschman in the White House. Do you not love it? Right? So then he goes on to say this. He says, if I were you, I would get in here. I think there's going to be another meeting. So Rudy came in. Question, and was there another meeting? Answer, there was another meeting in the residence. Question, and who was there for that meeting? Answer, Meadows came, Patrick, the same group from Sidney's team. And now Rudy, Meadows were there, Derek, Cipollone, and myself. Question, and the president? Answer, and the president. Question, so why did the first meeting stop and then the second meeting start if it was largely the same group? Answer, I think it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, it was them telling us, stuff that we're telling, or like I'm telling them to shut the fuck up. I mean, it was really unprecedented. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. So basically, the meeting in the Oval Office got shut down because they were all screaming at each other, with General Flynn and Sidney Powell calling Eric Hirschman a quitter because he won't believe fake ass allegations, and him telling them, shut the fuck up. Right? And he goes on to say, I mean, you've got people walking in. It was late at night. It had been a long day, and they were proposing what I thought was nuts. You know, the theory was also completely nuts, right? It was a combination of the Italians and Germans. I mean, it had different things that had been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez and Venezuela. And then she has an affidavit from somebody that says they wrote a software in and something with the Philippines, just all over the radar. And it was completely inconsistent with what Rudy's overall theory was. If you are reading along with this deposition, I am on page 174. This is not Jack's deposition. This is Eric Hirschman's. Hey, bub. Dom. I cooked breakfast, baby, while you guys were asleep. So there's biscuits, there's bacon, and there's scrambled eggs. If you want to make yourself a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, just grab the cheese out, melt it, and you're good to go. Okay. Had to take care of my grandbabies, y'all. All right. So he goes on to say, and Rudy came in. It didn't take much, you know. Listen to this. He says, and Rudy came, and it didn't take much, you know, gasoline to get the fires going again. Because, I mean, I took this opportunity, like I said. My God, I love him. He said, because, I mean, I took this opportunity, like, as soon as I came in, I was like, Sydney, why don't you tell Rudy what the fuck you just said? That he's a dumbass and he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Tell him. And I started screaming at Sydney to tell Rudy. Yes, baby. What kind? Because you already had to.
I don't know.
Okay, well, go look and let me see, okay? So I'm just cracking up. He said, as soon as I came in, I was like, hey, Sydney, why don't you tell Rudy what you just said? Because you said he was a dumbass. He didn't know what he was doing. And he said, so I'm screaming at her and for her to tell Rudy. And Rudy was looking like, what's going on? And the president, yes, Cleve, I am. And the president wasn't happy with the tack I was taking. So Donald Trump was not happy that Eric Hirschman was using Sidney Powell's own words to cause division. If you do that one, that has to be your last one. Okay?
No.
Okay. And so Trump didn't like it. And so he says, but then Rudy took on Sydney. And at some point, Flynn and Meadows went at it. So you've got Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani over here going at each other. Then you've got Michael Flynn and Mark Meadows going at it. And then Mark really, really laced into him significantly. And then Sydney wanted security clearance. We discussed SF 86s. So SF is standard form, 86 is the form number, and what you would have to do. So an SF 86 is the paperwork that you must do in order to get security clearance. And he says, eventually it was late at night when it ended. And I think by the next day or whatever, maybe by Monday, it was announced that Sydney was no longer part of any Rudy team and she was out. So I had thought that while it was painful to get there, the result was correct. He said, Sydney's out. My job is done here. Right? Question. Who made the decision that Sidney Powell would be off the team? Answer. Rudy announced it. I presume he did it in consultation with the president, but it was, I think the article that Swan wrote, it doesn't have every detail, but it summarizes enough of what actually transpired. Question. Right, Penny GF, one down. So question. So my understanding is that the public announcement to the effect that Miss Powell was not affiliated with the president's legal team anymore actually came out in late November, following the November 19th press conference about Dominion voting, about Dominion voting machines and things like that. Was there any statement to the effect during the December 18th meeting that Mrs. Powell wasn't on the team or that she answered? I remember there being, after this meeting, it was clear Rudy put out something that Sydney is gone. Question. Okay. Answer. At a certain point, it wasn't clear to me any longer whether Rudy and Sydney were coordinating with each other at all. I mean, Sydney's theory and coming into the Oval without Rudy and unscheduled was pretty unbelievable. So basically what he's sharing with you is Sydney was making a power play to undercut Rudy in this moment. Y'all got that? Sydney came to the Oval Office without Rudy Giuliani, who was supposed to be the head of Trump's the Trump campaign's legal team, right? And she's asking for herself to be appointed special counsel, and she's asking to be given broad security powers, and she's doing it all behind Rudy Giuliani's back while telling the president that Rudy is a dumbass and doesn't know what he's talking about. And so Eric Hirschman said it was pretty clear that Rudy said she's no longer on the team, right? Question. During either of those meetings, the one in the Oval Office or the one in the residence, was there discussion about the joint session of Congress on January 6th? Answer, no. Question, hey, find out. Question, was there any discussion about the role of the vice president? Answer, no. Question, was there any discussion about convincing state legislatures to adopt the Trump electors instead of the Biden electors? Answer, oh, thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. No. Question, so how did the meeting end? Answer, I don't remember the exact details, just a lot of yelling and screaming at everybody and really having it out, and then saying, you have our position. And Pat, Derek, and I were definitely on the same page about it. Question, do you remember roughly what time the meeting ended? Answer, it was late. I mean, probably after midnight. Question, let's look at Exhibit 19. Answer, before we get there, can I just briefly ask, other than what we already laid out, was there any discussion about what the election challenge strategy more generally should look like following that meeting? Answer, no. I thought most of the time, Sydney was carrying the Dominion allegations. It may have been Sydney and Jenna or others that were arguing it, but I don't believe it was really Rudy's focus at any point. Question, at the end of the meeting, okay, Gio, or at least at the time that you left the meeting, did you have a clear understanding about what things were going to be moving forward and what wasn't? For instance, was it your impression that Miss Powell was going to be appointed special counsel? Answer, no. I didn't think there was any chance in the world after that she was going to be appointed special counsel. I think between Meadows, myself, Pat Cipollone, Rudy was completely on our side at a certain point. Question, well, maybe let me ask it another way. Did President Trump make clear at any point during that meeting that it wasn't going to happen? Or was that something that had to be ironed out afterwards? Answer, it was pretty clear to me it was not going to happen. I mean, it was once I thought I made it, Rudy and Sydney against each other, I couldn't conceive of him going with Sydney. I didn't think he knew Sydney that well. And obviously, he knew Rudy for years. So listen at what Eric Hirschman is saying to you. He said, it was clear to me it wasn't going to happen. He said, because what I was successful in doing was I pitted Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell against each other. And after I pitted the two of them against each other in front of the president didn't know Sidney Powell that well, and he'd known Rudy for years. So I was pretty sure that he wasn't going to go with Sidney, and he was going to be more aligned with what Rudy was going to push for, right? Salam, Shimmy. Salam, Soha. Question. Was there really any consensus on any approach by the end of the meeting as far as you could tell? Answer. I think it was clear that the Dominion side of it, of what they were presenting, literally made no sense. I mean, just the coordination that she was talking about, different jurisdictions across different countries and tracing it and doing all this stuff and saying, that every judge in the country is corrupt who didn't rule in her favor. The voting machines tied or they're being interneted and net service. It was ludicrous. Forgetting that how in the world did you gather all this information from all over the world in certain communist countries and get access to their servers and all of that? I just take that in. He said, I thought I'd made it pretty abundantly clear that this shit Sydney was saying made absolutely no sense whatsoever. And on top of the fact that none of it made sense and it was all very ludicrous, how would you get the information off of these servers in countries where some of those countries were communist? Where did you miraculously get all of this information, Sydney? Right? Question. Oh, wait, he then goes on to say, I had done cases like that. So if you all don't know Eric Hirschman's background, he has been one of the most successful attorneys in the country. It's why he was brought in as the fixer, right? So listen to what he says. I'm at the top of page 177. He says, I had done cases like that, and that does not happen. No matter what your access is for an extended period of time, if you ever get to it. So I thought her entire theory was just nuts. Question. Did you stay until the end of that meeting? Answer. I think at some point, Derek, Pat, and I left while there were still people in the room. Question. Were people on Sydney or Rudy's team still in the room when you left? Answer. I think, Mark Meadows was definitely there. And there was no question in my mind that Mark was 100% on our side. And Mark had chewed out Flynn pretty significantly. I mean, really, really putting him in his place. So I had no doubt that Mark was not going to let Sydney get an appointment into this role when we walked out. And it was clear that Rudy didn't want her doing it either. So we left, and it had been a long night. Question. Do you know if Rudy, Sydney, and that crowd left before or after you? Answer. No, they left after us. Derek, Pat, and I were the first ones to leave. Question. Okay, but Mark Meadows was still in the room when you left? Answer. Yeah. Question. Okay. Now I'm going to pause right there. Why is that significant? How many of you all remember, just saying, how many of you all remember Cassidy Hutchinson talking about Mark Meadows on January 5th and January 6th? When she testified before the January 6th committee, how many of you all remember what Cassidy Hutchinson said about Mark Meadows' demeanor, about what he told her January 6th might look like? Burning the fuck out of documents. 100%. And so my brain, well, damn, stranger, what's up, Phantom? My brain immediately goes to, I wonder to what degree Mark Meadows may have caved on other issues. It sounds like to me that by the end of that meeting, Mark Meadows was successful in ensuring that Sidney Powell didn't get appointed as special counsel where the Dominion voting machines were. But when it came to the actual other issues, it sounds like Sydney, Rudy, and everybody else won, right? So here we go. All right. So now, let me see if this is the end of that meeting. Okay, we're still in the meeting. I want to cover everything in this meeting because they just asked Jack about it, and then we'll get back to Jack's testimony. Okay, you ready? So question, Mr. Hirschman, tell us more about President Trump's participation in the meeting. Was he asking questions? Was he making observations? Was he the sort of focus of the conversation? Just give us a little bit more flavor about how he participated. Answer, most of it, he was listening. He got upset with me when I was getting Rudy against Sydney. Question, what did he say? Answer, Eric, why are you doing it? I mean, I was just screaming back. Why am I doing what? Oh my God, I love Eric Hirschman so much. He's literally telling you he was screaming at Donald Trump in the White House. He said, he asked me, Eric, why are you doing it? He said, and I was screaming back, why am I doing what? What am I doing? I said, Sydney, I just want you to tell him what the fuck you just said. Tell him. Tell Rudy he's a dumbass. He doesn't understand what he's been doing until now. And I knew Rudy long enough that that was never going to fly with Rudy. And the president was upset that I had, played that card at a time, candidly, and I was tired and I had it. Brilliant. He said, listen, I was done. So tucked up. One, you obviously care because you're in here. Two, if you don't believe it matters, you're free to just put your finger on the screen and swoop right on out of my live. And then number three, you could do the most adult, responsible thing possible. And if you really want to have a factual conversation about what you're claiming, just request to come up. Like that's what you can do. All right, Trucked? Here, I sent you an invitation. Come join the panel and we can talk about it. Like if you really believe what you're saying, if you want to have a respectful, fact-based, accurate conversation, join the panel. Hey Deb, how are you? What's up, Tink Tink? Good morning, Robin D. Are you having trouble hitting accept on the invitation that I sent? I mean, it's not hard to do. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. So listen to this. He says, I was tired and had it. So listen, y'all remember, it's better if I talk to the trolls and you don't, because they want you to be distracted. Let me let me call them out. Let me give them the opportunity. Because what they want is they want to distract you. Yes, baby. Yeah, you can have bacon. So just you guys ignore the trolls and let me deal with them. Okay. Because they want you to be distracted. They want to get a rise out of you. Don't give them that shit. Okay. So Eric Hirschman goes on to say this. The president was upset that I had played that card at a time, he said, but candidly, I was tired and I had it. Question. Would you characterize him at the beginning of the meeting as genuinely receptive to the arguments that Ms. Powell and Mr. Flynn were making, and that over the course changed? Or just give me a sense as what you could tell, if anything, about his own view of the veracity of these allegations over the course of the meeting. Answer: I think when they first came in, he had no idea what to expect. I mean, what they were talking about, I was just sitting in the back and I was like, okay, let me just see what's going to happen. Let me just see what they're going to say. I don't think he had any expectation that this was such an enormous demand or request, that initially I think he was just listening, like, what are they talking about? And then, they were saying, well, you have the authority. You can do this. We can waive, a security clearance. You can give us authority to do whatever, And so he was listening. He didn't provide any support. The only comments I remember him making were, it was embarrassing how their filings had misspellings. So if you remember, that's why Pat Cipollone and them, they were saying, you can't even fucking spell district in your court filings. And so Trump is saying it's embarrassing that you're filing claims, you're filing court cases, and they have misspellings in it. You don't even have autocorrect or spell check. Question. Let me go back. And so he said, and then he said, Derek really went after them. Not yet. It wasn't Pat. It was Derek, for how embarrassing their filings were. And he being Trump, acknowledged that. Question. I mean, it sounds like when you heard this, to you, it was patently ridiculous. I'm just wondering if to the president it was. Did he seem to think it was similarly ridiculous, or was he more open to the prospect? Answer: I don't think he conveyed one way or the other. I think he just listened predominantly, and I don't think he at any point really seriously entertained, I'm going to put Sydney in charge and let her go do these things in special counsel, even though he recognized he had the authority to do that, obviously. Question. Well, is it fair to say that he wasn't convinced or hadn't conveyed a position at the end of the Oval meeting because it continued? I mean, it was obviously still a live discussion during that interim between the two. Answer: no. I think they wouldn't leave. I mean, this is after that meeting. I spoke to the head. Listen to this part, you guys. Dear God in heaven. I had forgotten this part. But just listen to what Eric Hirschman says. He says, he said, after that meeting, I spoke to the head of Secret Service detail. And I said, they're not allowed back in. They can't. You've got to block them from coming back onto campus. And I said, put them on a do not enter list or whatever you have to do. And I thought it was a given that they were never getting back. And then at some subsequent date, they had figured out a way around getting through. I think it was someone in Peter Navarro's office had waved them in. And then we found out they were wandering around trying to get up to the residence. Do y'all understand what he is saying? I just want you all to listen to how dangerously insecure our White House was in this first administration. Because Eric Hirschman said, I talked to the head of the Secret Service detail. And I said, they cannot be allowed back in. They cannot. You got to block them from even getting back on this campus, right? He said, you put them on a do not enter list, whatever you got to do, they are never getting back in. He said, and then we found out these jokers are wandering around campus trying to get up to the residence. He said, so I don't think it's that as much as she really wasn't going to leave. And then he said, subsequently, Mike Lindell, the pillow guy, somebody got him in. And he was carrying like the documents Sydney had given to him. And I remember Pat Cipollone asking me to come and deal with the pillow guy. Why? Because Eric Hirschman's the fixer. Yes, baby.
Could I?
Can you what?
Could I get? Okay.
No, you just had like 2. You got to wait a little bit and then you can, okay?
No, I had 3.
Okay, well then you really can't. You got to wait and then you can have another one later, okay? Now, listen, if you want a banana, it's in the bowl over there. Listen to me. If you need a banana, there's one over there. If you want me to cut you up some apple or some oranges, I can do that. And then there's some grapes in the fridge. Okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, so listen, you can have a snack. You just can't have candy. I know. Weird, right? You can have a snack, just not candy. Okay? All right. So he says, next thing you know, he said, I'm being asked to come handle the pillow guy, right? And I was like, listen to what Eric Hirschman said. He said, Pat Cipollone asked me to come and deal with the pillow guy. And I was like, no, you deal with the pillow guy. Question. And Mr. Hirschman, all of that you're just describing, then through Navarro's people coming back, was that between these 2 meetings on December 18th, or is that a subsequent occasion? Answer, subsequently. I'm saying that I thought that it would have been over. And they realized that they weren't going to get this when we were having it out with them. But they didn't leave, right? They were hanging around, right? I think the president was getting tired. Like, okay, they're going to reconvene. And I was like, all right, let me get Mark to come in, right? And then getting Rudy in, which I thought was a way to ensure that he and Sydney would have it out in front of question. Yeah, okay. But again, it just seems like the president was at least willing to continue the conversation. It's his house, right? He's the one in the residence that admits this and tolerates this ongoing discussion. Is that because he was still uncertain about the outcome between the Oval and the residence meeting? Answer, no, I think I can't explain why he gave as much time as he did, but he did. I don't think it's that he was thinking, oh, I'm going to do this. I mean, at a certain point, it wasn't clear. It was clear he didn't have even, obviously, he's the president of the United States, and their screaming was going on, and there wasn't going to be control done over just how we were behaving. They were behaving in our reaction to it. I mean, Derek Lyons is pretty much mild-mannered, and he unloaded on them. Pat's pretty mild-mannered and unloaded. It was significant screaming, and the president just kind of watching the craziness that was going on. He says, and then, when Meadows came in, I mean, when he came over to the residence, he really, really tore into Flynn. Question, I understand that. Did he ever, at any point, either the Oval meeting or the residence, make clear his decision, no, we're not going to do this? No, Sydney, you can't be, you won't be special counsel. No, we're not going to seize voting machines. Did he ever say that in a declarative way? Answer, I don't remember whether he said that in a declarative way. It was clear to me that when this was all done, and this was ours, that this was not going to happen. You know, that much I would tell you. I don't remember a declarative statement, but it was clear when we were done, this was never going to happen. Sidney Powell was not becoming some special counsel no matter what happened. Question. So it's your sense that even though there hadn't been a declarative decision expressed by the president? Answer. Yes, that was my impression. He was not going to do this. Question. Was there ever a discussion, whether that night or at another time, about appointing anybody else to be special counsel to look into voter fraud? Answer. No. I mean, to put it in context, we put them on like they can't enter the White House complex, period. They're not allowed on campus. And some way or another, the next thing we knew, I get a phone call. Hey, say Sydney is wandering the halls trying to get up to see the president when the president clearly was not going to see her. And they made it, and as I recall, incredibly, up to like a valet who was there. And at some point, it was like, get them out of the building. And they wouldn't leave. And eventually, someone had to get them and tell them to get out. But I mean, I don't know what words to use to describe that behavior, but that's not rational conduct in my view. Eric Hirschman said, you don't understand. And this is the part, can I just tell y'all, so I've been reading Eric Hirschman's deposition. I'm going to set aside my Eric voice for a second and just give you my thoughts about this. Eric Hirschman approached this scenario as if the people he was dealing with were rational human beings. He's used to, we will toe the line as much as we can toe the line, but we're not going to break the law, right? He was used to, all right, let's go as far as we can go within the bounds of the Constitution. He was not, I don't think that Eric Hirschman understood that by the time we got to December 18th of 2020, and all of these claims around voter fraud and the Stop the Steal and all of the things that were happening in the background, I don't think that Eric Hirschman quite got that what he was dealing with was a mindset very similar to a cult. Right, Cam, bending the law a little bit? Sure. But corrupting the Constitution? Nah, right? Isn't that wild to me? So I think Eric Hirschman was expecting that after everyone witnessed this astounding, incredible, and in his words, unprecedented screaming match in the Oval Office that then took place in the residence, where you had Pat Cipollone and you had Derek Lyons and you had Mark Meadows and you had himself, and all four of those very expertly informed, well-versed, and for the other three, level-headed people. I think he really thought that to see those people in that state would have communicated just how far out this was and how unrational it was and how wild it was to even consider. Like, I think that's the place where Eric Hirschman resided. But I also think that is why Eric Hirschman I also think it's why no one introduced the fake electors or the not certifying the election, see you later, Phantom, to Eric Hirschman. Because I want you to think about the number of people that were aware of those plots, of those strategies, of those allegations. And it's not until December 18th when Eric Hirschman walks out of a meeting in the Oval and he sees a bunch of people he don't even fucking know. And he's like, why is the Overstock.com guy here? Why is Sydney's crazy ass here? How are these people walking around the Oval Office late at night with no escort, without a scheduled meeting? How did they get in here? I don't think that he was aware of how the White House was being run with regard to this initiative prior to this date. And I think it's why his idea that it was clear these things weren't going to happen proved not to be true. You know what I mean? That's my thought process. So here we go. So I'm going to finish this part. Question: was there ever a discussion, whether that night or at any other time, about appointing anybody else to be special counsel to look into voter fraud? Answer: no. I mean, to put it into context, we put them on like they can't enter the White House complex, period. They're not allowed on the campus, right? Appreciate it, Rico. And some way or another, the next thing we knew, we get a phone call. Hey, Sydney is wandering the halls trying to get up to see the president when the president clearly was not going to see her. And they made it, as I recall, incredibly, up to like a valet who was there. And at some point, it was like, get them out of the building. And they wouldn't leave. And eventually, someone had to come and tell them to get out. But I mean, I don't know what words to use to describe that behavior, but that's not rational conduct in my view. Question: do you know whether there was ever consideration given to the president appointing Ken Cuccinelli to be a special counsel? Answer: I never heard that. Question: do you know whether there was any consideration given to appointing Ken Starr to be special counsel? Answer: that would surprise me. I knew Ken. It would be really surprising to me. Question: okay, let's look at Exhibit 19. The early morning of December 19th, the timestamp at the bottom says 1:42 p.m. So presumably, and he says, but we understand that it was actually 1:42 a.m. So presumably, not long after you finished the meeting in the residence that went on over from the 18th into the early morning of the 19th. And it refers to Peter Navarro's 36-page report. The president wrote, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in DC on January 6th. Be there, be wild. End quote. Were you involved at all in the preparation of this tweet? So now I want to build this timeline for you. There's been this massive meeting on the night of December 18th. It started very late at night. It went into after midnight. Eric Hirschman and Pat Cipollone and Derek, they leave the meeting. When they leave the meeting, Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, Mike Flynn, they are all still in the residence with the president. And so is Mark Meadows. Approximately within an hour to an hour and a half after that moment, the president issues a tweet, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in DC on January 6th. Be there, be wild, end quote. So it would appear to me that Eric Hirschman's understanding of what was not gonna fucking happen was not aligned with President Trump's understanding of what the fuck was gonna happen. So here's the question. Were you involved at all in the preparation of this tweet? Answer: no, I don't remember even seeing it. Question: do you know whether there was anything about the meetings that you had just had that would have prompted the president to tweet about January 6th? Answer: no, I can't imagine there was any connection to it whatsoever. Question: at that time, was January 6th a significant date in your mind? Answer: no. Question: do you remember even leaving aside the meetings we just covered on the 18th? Do you recall any discussions about, at that time, the joint session of Congress that was coming up on January 6th? Answer: no. Question: do you remember any discussion about the rally that was being planned or the protest, to use the president's term, that was being planned for the 6th? Answer: no. I don't know if we had any members on, but I'll pause if we have any members on, but I'll pause to see if any members have questions. Okay, so at this point in Eric Hirschman's deposition, they paused to see if any members of Congress that were listening in wanted to ask questions. Okay, so it becomes very clear to me that Eric Hirschman knew about the legal arguments. Eric Hirschman was aware of arguing certain cases and issues in court, right? Which that piece of it is legal. You can make challenges in court, right? But it clearly outlines to me how much they did not share with Eric Hirschman, because he had no idea that January 6th was even being planned, even though less than an hour and a half after he leaves a meeting, the president tweets about that very thing. Right? Wild, right? All right. I'm going to check on you guys over here real quick. Okay, cool. Here we go. Everybody doing okay with this timeline? Okay, cool. I'm gonna finish this part where we talk about the 18th, and then we'll go back to Jack. Okay. Hey, Dominic, when you get done, do you love me enough to top me off with some ice and some fresh water, please? Huh? If you could, right there. Okay. What's up, Max boy? Appreciate you. All right, let me make sure. So give me a second. I want to check on my mama real quick, y'all. Were you able to get on and watch it? Okay. Do you like watching it better over here or Facebook?
It takes me a minute to get used to because there's a lot of.
Yeah, it's a lot. But it's a lot of interaction and a lot of comments and all the things. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure you were good. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye. I'm checking on my mama. My mama turns 81 in the next couple of days, and I helped her. So she oftentimes watches me on Facebook, but there's not as much interaction on that side of the comments. And so she was like, she wanted to come to TikTok. So I spent time this morning helping her create a profile so that she could get on. And I'm just going to be very direct. I helped her set up a private profile. It doesn't have her name. You will never know that she's my mom because there's too much fuckery on this app. And I would catch a charge with somebody fucking with my mama, like real talk. You can do a whole lot of things, but fuck with my mama ain't one of them. So I helped her get it set up, but it is intentionally set up to where you don't know she's my mom. It's a private account, but so that she can watch and interact. Yeah. So I literally walked through it all to make sure it was private today. So yeah, because I'm just telling you right now, I would need some bail money. Y'all fuck with my mama. Thank you, Dominic, for my water. Okay. So, all right. So here we go. We are, for the person who asked, we are currently on 4 platforms today. We are on the Tick of the Talk. We're on the Book of the Faces, the Stack of the Sub, and the Tube of You. So you can watch across all of those. Appreciate you living. Yeah, my mom's deceased. I mean, my dad is deceased, Jim and I. So that's why I said you can't fuck with my mama. You know, y'all know my dad died when I was 6 months old. So, but I'm just saying, yeah, you don't want to fuck with my mama. So, but I did want her to be on this side because she's off. She's engaged, well-versed. And sometimes she's like, Facebook side is just so dry. And I said, come on over to TikTok. And so, but as you all know, when you're first getting used to TikTok, all the comments fly and then the gifts pop up and this happens. And she's like, I got to get used to it. And of course she will, but yeah, it's funny. It's, yeah, no, Martin, no, but she's definitely engaged in, like, let me kind of put it in perspective for you all. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday and, with my mom about to be 81. So understand that at the time that my mom first began dating my dad and even married my dad, it was not legal for them to even get married anywhere in this country because we had laws against interracial marriage at the time, right? My mom being born in 45, when you think about that time, you think about, the water fountains and the schools and all of those things were still segregated. There were, whites only, coloreds only, like all the different things. What's up, Stacey D? And, she lived in that era where, there was a time when you couldn't get birth control if you wanted to. And it was a time when you couldn't necessarily study whatever you wanted to study in school. You know what I mean? And so for her, she's very invested in where we are as a country. What's up, Nance? How are you? And what's happening with us in terms of our rights and all of those different things. So anyway, so I want to show y'all something. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So I was going through, I was cleaning out old videos. No, so Celia, my mom and my parents, for those of you guys who followed me for a while, you know that my parents met when they were both in the Army. They were both in nursing school at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, right? So if you think about that, right? My dad, being a Black man in 1964, in 1963, 1964, was studying to be a nurse in the Army, which is pretty exceptional in and of itself. That is where my parents met. Hold on a second. And back then, so they got married in 64. And shortly after they got married is when my mom got pregnant with my oldest brother. Back then, you could not be pregnant and be in the military. So at the time that my mom got pregnant with my oldest brother, she had to get out of the military. And so my dad served 2 tours in Vietnam, and my mom was home with my oldest brother at the time. And then, of course, she went on to have, my middle brother and then me. So, but you know how when you're on your iPhones or whatever, you know how you can make your little avatar and you can make it so that it records your voice and says hello. Y'all know what I'm talking about? So let me show you. Um, I'm gonna see if I can find it again real quick. I was cleaning up like old videos and all the things, and I was showing my mom how she could make her own avatar so that if she wanted to send videos to like the grandbabies, which are her grandkid, her great grands, she could do it. She could turn the camera on. It would be her avatar and she could do this with them, right? And so when I show it to her, let me see if I can do it. Give me a sec. When I tell y'all I hollered, um, I absolutely hollered because I taught her how to do this. Give me one sec. I got to scroll all the way back, and I recorded it, right? And so, hold on. And it's her expression on the damn thing that every time I was sitting over here last night laughing at this same thing. Give me 1 second, and then I'll get back to the deposition, y'all. But it was just so cute because I was like, I turned it on and I'm recording her. And I said, now say something. And the avatar turns its head and she says, why would I want to do that? Hold on and I'll show you. It's the cutest shit ever. If I can find it, I'm not going to hold this up too long. If I can't find it really quickly right now, I will 100% throw it in the Discord later. If I can't find it right now, real quick. But I was cracking up last night. Not me over here with pictures of Jack. I love him so much. I'm looking real quick to see if I can find it. I don't think so. I'll find it and throw it in the Discord later so that y'all can have a good chuckle with me. But it was really cute because, you know, she's just learning different technology, and it was her expression and her face and the way that she said it had me absolutely hollering because I had showed the grandkids how that you could make yourself be like a zebra or a giraffe or a whatever. Y'all know what I mean? And she was like, how are you doing that? And so I showed her how to do it on her iPhone. And I was hollering because she was like, why would I want to do that? Yeah, I can't find it that quick because I'm a person that also has 15,000 different photos and videos on her phone. So don't judge me. Although I will take a snapshot of this picture again. I want to redo that painting again. It's a picture that I want to do again. Anyway. Yeah, I don't see it. So we'll do it. I'll stick it in Discord later. How's that? Yeah. Okay. I can't find it that quick. That's what I get for having a shit ton of stuff in here. But it's okay. Yeah. It's okay. All right, here we go. I have folders and all the things, but I'm just telling you. Yeah, thank you, Living with a Loud. You feel me? Okay, so anyway, so here we are at this time where with 90 minutes or less after Eric Hirschman and Pat Cipollone and Derek Lyons leave this meeting in which they believe it's clear how we're not going to proceed, all of a sudden Donald Trump tweets about January 6th and it being statistically impossible that he lost the election. And they're asking Eric Hirschman, did you have any idea that, what would have taken place to make him do this after the meeting that you left? And he says, I have no idea. Right. So here's how it goes. So he says, question, at any point after this December 18th meeting, did you ever discuss it or have a debriefing on it with Mr. Meadows or anyone else? Answer, no. I'm certain that Pat and myself and Mark at some point discussed it, but it would have been like nuts. I'm certain we laughed. It was Derek's last night and he was hanging out with us. And here he was hanging out with us. So Derek Lyons, let me just give you all the position that he had at the time. Derek Lyons, Trump 2018. So at the time, he was the White House staff secretary and counselor to the president. That was his title. He was deputy assistant to the president and deputy White House staff secretary. So Derek Lyons is leaving the administration. He's taking another job somewhere in Kentucky and he's hanging out with them. And so the idea that January 6th would have been happening or whatever was laughable to them because they understood this was not a thing. Okay. And so Eric Hirschman goes on to say, he says, at one point, I remember someone screamed at him, like, do you even still work here anymore? It was such a shocking comment because I figured he had until midnight. But, they ask, that type of question that you're an outsider was, say, improper, putting it mildly. Question, did you learn anything in those conversations or discuss anything that you haven't already told us? Answer, no. There was a lot of cursing going on and a lot of screaming, right? Completely to the point that when this article got written, I thought my children were going to read it and fall out of their chairs. Not that they didn't hear me curse, but not that they expect me to be going that far in the Oval Office. Holy crap. So that's this meeting that they're asking Jack Smith about. And they're asking Jack, were any members of Congress a part of this meeting? And according to Eric Hirschman, they weren't there, right? Yeah, sure, Lori. And so, they're asking, were any members, and he says, no, but I know who was there. And I want you to think about this. He spoke with Eric Hirschman. He got a chance to speak with and depose Mark Meadows. He got a chance with, do y'all not remember him saying that he had Giuliani in with a proffer? Do y'all remember this? So just think about all the things. So when you ask yourself, why didn't he talk to like a Roger Stone and ask Roger Stone and give Roger Stone immunity? He didn't need to. He had other people that were in the room when it happened. If I could use with all of my Hamilton voice with that, they were in the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened, right? He said, I don't need to offer immunity to Roger Stone. I don't need to. And that is probably why, even though we hear Roger Stone really pissed at the end of the Trump administration because he didn't get a pardon, because Bernie Kerik didn't get a pardon, because Rudy Giuliani didn't get a pardon, even though we hear Roger Stone say, I want Donald Trump impeached, he deserved to be impeached, I support impeachment, I'm going to file a complaint with the FBI. Even though we hear Roger Stone say that, what it appears is that Jack Smith had zero interest in offering immunity, which is probably by the time you get to Roger Stone, there is no cooperation because Roger's not cooperating if he's not getting anything in return, right? That much we know. So what I'm going to do for you all is play the clip that I'm referring to. And I'm not going to go into a lot of a lot of information about this, about the documentary that I'm talking about, because damn it, I've talked about this documentary enough. All I want you to know is that you can't watch the documentary anywhere in this country unless you have a VPN. And that's on you if you choose to try to watch it with a VPN. But I bought it legally when it was available for purchase very quickly in a small window in 2023. The next viewing of this documentary for movie night for my followers is January the 19th at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you desire to see this entire documentary that includes the clip I'm about to play for you, then you need to go to my link tree, fill out the Google form that says you want to be notified about the next viewing, and you will get emailed the information so that you can join and watch. Okay. The name of the documentary is A Storm Foretold. Listen to me when I tell you all. Don't pop in the comments and say, oh, it's on Prime. No, the fuck it's not. If you go to Prime, it's gonna say this is not available for viewing in your country, because it's not. They were never ever no, you need to register. You need to fill out this Google form, Living with Allouds. That's all you need to do. Okay. So I'm going to play this clip. And all I'm going to do is tee up this clip for you so that everyone hears me. Okay. Here's what happened at the end of this documentary. This documentary team had been with Roger Stone for 3 years, from 2018 all the way up until the end of the Trump administration. And Roger Stone is very pissed that that Trump is leaving office and not doing blanket pardons for everyone. Prior to the clip that I'm about to share with, he even says things like, well, at least I'm not going to be out there all by myself this time, because that's what happened with the Russia investigation, right? When he got 48 months in prison before Donald Trump pardoned him, he was the only person that got prosecuted for that shit, right? And his thing is, at least this time I'm not going to be out there by myself, right? Nobody got a pardon, so fuck it. At least it is what it is. And so at this place where we are in the clip that I'm about to play for you right now, what you will hear, and let me play it on my phone because I actually have better volume with it. What you're going to hear is Roger Stone. Well, no, this is well after the ellipse. Yeah, this is after so you got to remember, Lincoln, by the time we get to this place, we are 2 weeks after January 6th. What he's really pissed about is that he sent an email to Donald Trump specifically asking for a pardon, not only for himself, but he asked for a pardon for Bernie Kerik in this email. I know because we got to see the email in the documentary, right? And so what he's pissed about is they are all wide open and able to be prosecuted. And so that's the problem that he has. And that's what he's so angry about. And he specifically says, because he talks about, who gives a fuck what these people think? Who cares? He's the president. He's leaving the office. Who cares what they think about him issuing pardons? It doesn't really matter anymore. Who gives a fuck, right? But what we know is that this is what he's upset about, is they could all go to prison. And he feels very, very strongly about Donald Trump not issuing those pardons for everybody on the way out, because those people risk it all to keep him in power, right? So what I'm going to do very quickly is, I don't know if you all can see it. This is the documentary. It says I own this title. It says it's not available in this region, but I still have access to it because I own it. Same over here. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fast forward to the end of this video, to the end of the documentary. This is when Roger Stone is sitting in the back of a car with the documentary crew. The filmmaker, the head guy, is driving. The videographer is in the front passenger seat. Roger is sitting in the back seat behind the driver's seat, right? So if I'm sitting directly behind the driver's seat, the documentary guy is in front of me, and his camera dude is sitting in the passenger seat, and that passenger seat camera is focused back on me, and I'm Roger Stone. Okay. And so what I'm about to play for you right now is a clip of Roger Stone on the phone with someone. We don't know who he's on the phone with because it doesn't tell us in the documentary. What we do know is that if this person was also contacted by Trump around January 6th and 5th, it is very likely that their number is one of the numbers that Jack Smith's team obtained call logs for. Now, they would not have the content of the conversation. They would have the date, the time, the length of the call, the location, all of that, but they wouldn't have the content. Now, because they have the documentary, then they have the content. So I would, it is my personal belief, with no actual evidence to show me accurately, I would believe, though, because the January 6th committee was given this entire documentary, because because all of their evidence from the January 6th committee was turned over to the special counsel, right? I would believe that the investigative team would have sought, at a minimum, NDOs for this conversation, because they would want to know who Roger was talking to. Okay, that would be my thought process. So, give me a second, y'all. And I'm going to play this clip for you so that you can hear it. Okay. They are in the car. They are driving. This is the last day of filming. And like I said, Roger's pretty pissed. Let me get to. Okay, I'm there. For you guys over here, I'm going to share my screen with you just so that you can, okay, I'm going to pause it because that's the beginning of the tape. I'm going to replace it so that you all can hear this. You guys over here can see the documentary that I'm talking about. And now I'm going to turn it up. You guys ready?
Yeah, how can they do that? Right. You don't understand people. I do. Rod should hold a press conference today and call for Trump's impeachment. That's what I would do. I'm going to do it. I'm supporting impeachment. He must be removed. His son Jared must be prosecuted. I want to know how money.
So right there.
I want a federal investigation.
Okay, wait. First. Damn, Roger, he's talking so fast. So he says, I'm supporting impeachment. He said his son Jared must be investigated. That would be Jared Kushner. He said, I want to know how money changed hands on Bannon. Remember, this is the same Steve Bannon that told everyone a few weeks ago, if we don't win the fucking midterms in 2028, we're all going to prison, including me. Right? That's what Steve Bannon said. And so this is Roger Stone. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually, as I play this for you again, I'm putting on the closed captions so that you all can see them. 1 second. And I just want you all to listen again, right? Oh, shit.
And as soon as I was commuted, they lost interest. They thought
Okay.
the story was
Okay, so here you go.
I kept saying the story's just beginning. Now, I mean,
Damn it, where did the closed captions just go? I want the closed captions so that you all can see them. Hopefully they're there now.
clear what
There we go.
agenda was.
Okay, you guys ready?
Good riddance.
What was the agenda?
Are you guys good over here? You can hear it? Okay.
To do a hit job on Roger Stone.
All right, so, hey, Carl. We're going to watch this whole documentary on the 19th. Watch.
Yeah, how can they do that? Right. You don't understand people I do. Rod should hold a press conference today and call for Trump's impeachment. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I'm going to do it. I'm supporting impeachment. I'm supporting impeachment. He must be removed. His son Jared must be prosecuted. I want to know how money changed hands on Ben, and I want a federal investigation. I'm filing a complaint with the FBI this afternoon. Fuck these people. Fuck these people. Right. So, right, exactly. Which is why I'm for the impeachment. I want impeachment. I'm gonna work very hard for it. I'm not kidding. He betrayed Bernie, betrayed Rudy, he betrayed everybody. So he has to go. He has to go. He has to go. Run again. You'll get your fucking brains beat in.
You guys got to listen.
Right. Which is good, unfortunately, for Pat, because he's easy to find.
Because he's easy to
Fuck these
find.
people. Let's be very clear. There is no that in, cocksucker. It's one sentence. So if you're in a meeting and he says that, you should punch him in the mouth
as hard as you can.
to make your point. It's one sentence. We're not stupid. There is no paperwork, you cocksucker. He needs to be impeached. He needs to be denounced and impeached. The greatest single mistake in American history. Greatest single mistake. He's surrounded by morons, and he surrounded himself by morons.
And a good long sentence in prison.
Give him a chance to think about it. Because the Southern District's coming for him.
And he did nothing.
You want to fight? Let's fight. Fuck you. Fuck you and your abortionist bitch daughter.
Ivanka caught one. Now listen.
Obviously, if you use any of that, I'll murder you.
So I want you to just catch the end of that. At the very end, yes, baby. Mm-hmm. Maybe tomorrow. Why? What's up?
I'm just asking you.
Okay. Was there something else you wanted to do? Okay. All right. So that was Ivanka that caught a stray at the end of that when he said F him and his A-B-ish daughter too. And then if you didn't hear the very last clip, he then turns to the documentary crew and he says, obviously, if you use any of that, I will unalive you. So when people say, well, where's the FBI investigation? There was an FBI investigation. There was one. That's how people got indicted. And what Jack Smith said in this deposition was he didn't need to offer immunity to Roger Stone because the information that he could get from Roger Stone, he already got from plenty other co-conspirators. They are only, so if you watched the Turning Point USA America Fest and you saw Roger Stone come out and speak to almost 2 weekends ago, if you notice that when he's speaking and he's talking about what was done to him and he was on this hunt and he was sentenced and then pardoned, and then you saw them cut his mic and then you see this lady come out and then she moves him from the main stage microphone to the secondary microphone off to the side, and then they turn it back on and let him speak. They literally are simply placating to Roger. They still let him appear to be relevant. They allow him to participate in events, but that's pretty much it. He doesn't have the same following that he did. If you remember during the January 6th, so all the talk about, let me circle back for a minute. If you all remember all of the talk and all of this, the discussion around the Proud Boys and Stuart Rhodes and all of those folks were being directed by Stone. Roger Stone is the one who put together those individuals. He specifically makes a call and he says, we need to recruit ex-military, ex-police. It doesn't matter their age. They just need to be patriots. He creates a signal chat that is entitled FOS, which means Friends of Stone. If you remember during the January 6th hearings, when you see Stuart Rhodes and them and they're meeting underneath in the parking garage the day before, that filming came from this documentary. That clip is from this documentary. So much of the information that would come from the boots on the ground, they already got that information when they prosecuted all those other people. Even though Trump turned around and pardoned them, right? Stuart Rhodes got what? Damn near like 30 years or some shit. Okay. So there were three different, in my opinion and in my assessment, there were three different arms, if you will, to what was happening. Actually, four cases, but three arms to trying to overthrow the 2020 election. So what we know is that number one, there was the fake elector scheme that was thought up and being done by Kenneth Chesebro and Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis, and they were arguing about those things, and they were contacting people in different state legislatures and trying to get these people on board. So there was the fake electors side of things. Okay. Next, there was the other piece of it, which was Mike Pence, in his capacity as the head of the Senate, just simply didn't have to certify the election, right? He could just simply not certify the election. And that was John Eastman's baby. That was his legal theory and framework. And they were working very hard to make that happen. And you had the campaign, the Trump campaign, that was facilitating this. Because remember, Rudy Giuliani is the Trump campaign's legal team. And at one point in this documentary, Roger Stone says, these people don't have what it takes to do what needs to be done. Roger Stone actually says that in this documentary. He said, Rudy and them, they're not cut out for this fucking work, for the dirty work. And Roger set out about to do the dirty work. And the dirty work was the mobilization of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. And they provided his security, by the way, for all of this time. And he's the one that had those back meetings and that signal chat to organize those folks and kind of that boots on the ground movement. Roger Stone was at January 5th because at the Ellipse, they had events on the 5th. Okay. Roger Stone spoke at the event on the 5th, just not the morning of the 6th. Okay. So you had three mechanisms. One was the Trump legal team attempting to say that there was income determinant election fraud, but they kept losing all of their cases, right? That was Rudy's deal. And them saying, well, we are going to get these fake electors together. And if those fake electors are ready, many of those fake electors, by the way, were under the understanding that their elector paperwork would only be utilized if the Trump campaign was victorious in court. However, they were not. Okay. So you had that, quote unquote, for lack of a better word, legal side, right? It might have been knowingly false, but they were going about it through the court system from a legal perspective. And then you had on this side, the Mike Pence, also legal perspective that everybody knew was bullshit, okay, of just simply not certifying the election. And then the third one was, if all else fails, fuck it, we'll take it by force. Roger even says during this documentary, possession is 9/10 of the law. Those were the three things that were happening all at the same time. And they got less questionable. They got more questionable and less legal as you got further away from the court systems. Okay. So hopefully that puts it into perspective as to these three mechanisms that were being used to try to subvert the 2020 election. Okay. So now I'm going to go back to Jack. Like I said, if you want to participate in the next movie night with me, which will include this documentary, it is going to be on January the 19th at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In order to receive a link for the next viewing, you need to go to my Linktree or my Discord, click the Google form, and sign up with your email address. And then you also, and when you do that and you click it, it says, I understand that by signing this, I cannot record this documentary in part or in entirety at all. So make sure that you understand that if you sign that Google form that says you're going to come watch this documentary with me, if you record any part of it, legally you can be held accountable, and it will not be on me, because I don't trust you mofos. Just saying. Okay, back to Jack. Here we go.
Idea of Mr. Clark becoming Attorney General.
Our investigation determined that Congressman Perry had a role in getting Jeff Clark on the radar of President Trump as someone who could help him, and getting meetings with Jeff Clark and the president.
We might touch on Mr. Perry's involvement later on. Just want to flag that for you. So it sounds like, and I want to hear it from you, did your request for the toll records of certain congressional members, did that relate to phone calls made to these members of Congress on or around January 6th of 2021?
Including that, yes.
And how big was the window of records that you requested for these members of Congress?
The records regarding those calls on January 6th, the period of time was from, I believe it was January 4th to 7th, but there was earlier subpoenas, including the one referenced earlier today regarding Congressman McCarthy. There was a broader period of time from, I want to say it's about November 3rd through, again, it was either January 6th or 7th.
And I've heard you mention evidence such as text messages with Mr. Epstein, Mr. Giuliani. Did you also have Mr. Giuliani's records as part of your investigation? Did you collect those phone records, I mean?
We did.
Okay. So in your prosecutorial experience, do you generally seek to obtain call records from both individuals involved in a telephonic call or message?
We do, and in this case, with the records for that evening, it was particularly important because when we interviewed Boris Epstein, one of the things that came out was that Rudy Giuliani had two phones, and that Boris Epstein had another phone, and we needed to make sure that we weren't missing any calls in terms of where the calls came from. And so it would corroborate the records that we had, but also make sure that there's not calls that we missed.
Did you ever learn why Mr. Giuliani and Mr. Epstein had multiple phones?
No.
Did the toll records that you requested from the senators, did they include the content of the phone calls?
No.
Did the records that you requested, the toll records from the members of Congress, include the content of text messages?
No.
No.
Can you explain for us on the record what information generally is included in a toll records request?
Sure. Again, my understanding from a prosecutor's perspective is it is non-content information. It's generally about when the call started, when the call stopped. That would include obviously the duration of the call and who the call is to and who the call is from. That's the basic information that you want to get from a toll records subpoena.
And let's fast forward to, say this would have gone to a trial. How would you, in your experience, have used this type of evidence in a trial?
Effectively.
Oh, it would have been relevant in a number of ways.
Yeah.
So it would have been relevant. You could put it together in a summary chart to show the series of contacts, and it could be relevant to show the campaign that evening to reach out to senators to delay the proceedings. Could also be relevant to show, for example, on the afternoon of January 6th, of notice that there was notice that violence was going on. Congressmen, both Republican and Democrat, and the vice president were in danger. That text records would make that incontrovertible that those calls actually happened. They'd also be relevant for examining witnesses, whether it would be a prosecution witness who might not remember exactly when a call happened, or a defense witness, for example, if any of the co-conspirators were to testify, which, as I mentioned before, was something we would have welcomed. We would have had toll records to question them about the calls that they made, the calls that they received, things of that nature, which in my experience can be very effective.
Let me ask, we attempted in the January 6th committee to question Peter Navarro as well as Steve Bannon, and they were both prosecuted and spent time in jail. Roger Stone appeared but took the fifth. Were you able to to get information from any of those three individuals, and in case of Mr. Stone, provide use immunity so that he would have to testify?
We did not.
Why not?
We pursued the investigative routes that we thought were the most fruitful. We pursued those that we thought were necessary to get a complete understanding of the scope of the conspiracy. And given the highly uncooperative nature of the individuals you talked about, I didn't think it would be fruitful to try to question them. And the sort of information that they could provide us, in my view, wasn't worth immunizing them for their own possible conduct.
Going back to the toll records, I just want to make sure we make a few things clear. When you were requesting toll records, did it mean that DOJ or FBI was conducting surveillance on members of Congress?
No.
When you were collecting toll records, did it mean that DOJ or FBI would be able to wiretap phone calls made by members of Congress?
No.
Yes. I want to actually go back to some of the lines of questioning that you endured by the majority. There seemed to be this insinuation that there was a lack of respect for the defendant's schedule.
That's
Do you
Jasmine.
recall kind of some of that line of questioning?
I recall questions about his schedule, yes.
Okay. I just want to level set because this is going to be a record and it may be public one day. Considering all the years of experience that you have prosecuting, is it more often or less often that you've had a defendant that has been charged in 4 different jurisdictions with crimes?
I don't know if I've had that before, but it certainly hasn't been often.
Okay. And as it relates to these 4 jurisdictions, we know that he was charged not only on the federal level, but he was also charged on the state level, correct?
That's correct.
And in your experience, typically has it been that if you have a defendant that is charged in multiple federal cases that the federal magistrates or the sitting judges typically confer and figure out scheduling conflicts?
That can happen, yes.
The issue in this case, or a number of issues in this case, was not so much
Jasmine.
your prosecution, but was the fact that there was alleged criminal conduct all over the place, correct?
Well, I was focused on my case and my prosecutions.
Okay. So I guess what I want to do this because they were doing this a different way. Essentially, did it seem as if President Trump was actually enjoying privileges that the average defendant did not?
I certainly wouldn't want that to be the case. I think the law should be the same for everybody. I don't think anybody should be against the law. I think in a case like this, that could be challenging, but it was my goal to make sure he was treated as anybody else, as any of us would be treated.
So let me ask you this, because in my experience, I've never had a defendant have so many charges and not spend one day in jail. In your experience, have you ever had a defendant charged with so many cases and not spend one day in jail. And when I'm talking about a day in jail, I'm talking about pre-incarceration. What I was observing is that the president was experiencing walkthroughs for seemingly every case that he got instead of going through the typical process that a defendant would normally go through.
Well, I have to say in our cases, in terms of, we did not try our cases. We did not prove our cases in a court beyond a reasonable doubt. And so any sort of sentence, whether it would be incarceratory or otherwise, we never reached that point in the proceedings. And in our case, whether someone would be detained before trial, there's factors you look to for that. We did not ask for President Trump to be detained before trial. And so, as I think I've made clear, I wish we had been able to try these cases because I am confident we had the proof to sustain convictions. And I did try at every place to make sure he was not being treated better or worse than anybody else. But with respect to those things, that was the state of the record in our case.
You've tried cases on the state level, correct?
I have.
Okay. So he was charged in Georgia as well as New York. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Yes.
And in your experience in handling trial cases on the state level, typically, and correct me if I'm wrong, typically a defendant is incarcerated and then given a bail or not to get out. Has that been your experience as it relates to the trial level on the state level?
Depending on the charge, yes. And obviously the charge depends on what the bail level is.
Correct. Okay.
I just had one more question about the toll records. So in this past October, in a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing with Attorney General Bondi, Senator Josh Hawley claimed that the subpoena of his phone records was, quote, tapping his phone. As part of your investigation, did you or anyone from your office tap the phone of Senator Hawley?
No.
So is his suggestion that his phone had been tapped just simply false?
It's inaccurate.
No, that's not AOC.
I believe earlier, and we're turning back to January 6th, the conspiracy.
AOC is not on the House Judiciary Committee.
Earlier, you said that the reason why, and I'm paraphrasing here, that you charged the president was that he was the most culpable person related to the crime of attempting to criminally overturn the 2020 election. Do you recall saying words to that effect earlier today?
Yes, and because we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt and met the requirements in the federal principles of prosecution.
And I believe you said some of the false claims he was putting out created a certain level of distrust about the validity of the election of 2020. Do you recall saying something like that as well?
Correct. That's alleged in the indictment.
So I want to start with how that level of distrust was created. In your report, you say, and this is a quote, the through line of all Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims of fraud. Can you generally describe some of these knowingly false claims of fraud that were spread after the 2020 election?
Sure. There's a number of them. And part of the explanation is why they're false. And so, just off the top of my head, an example is he was on notice in this election that in Pennsylvania, for example, that he would be ahead in the vote count for a period of time. And then when the mail-in ballots were counted, his lead would dissipate. He chose to represent that phenomena that he'd been briefed on that was a normal course of an election, that all sides knew that that's how it was going to be. He chose to present that as evidence of fraud. Mm-hmm. And to people who were not maybe as informed as him or informed as his campaign managers who told him these things, that's the sort of thing that creates distrust. There were fraud claims in Michigan, Georgia, where he was specifically disabused by people he trusted, by political allies, by the people when he chose to call them who were best situated to know. In Georgia, I'm thinking of the Secretary of State. He reflexively rejected those things and continued to state false things after he'd been told that repeatedly that they weren't true.
And why was it important? It probably goes to the minds, but why was it important of all of these repeat statements from individuals that Donald Trump's claims were untrue. How did that play into your overall investigative findings?
Well, I think that the pattern and the depth of the pattern and the length of the pattern was pretty damning evidence that he knew these things were false.
Yep.
He only brought fraud claims that involved states that he lost. He only approached people generally who had party allegiance to him. When he was told that a fraud claim wasn't true, he didn't stop making it.
Right.
Another example I can give is that Sidney Powell, who's alleged as one of the co-conspirators, was part of his team at the beginning of this conspiracy.
She was.
Shortly after, she began making statements that really nobody could credit, that were facially false. And at some point, Giuliani made a statement that she wasn't on the legal team anymore.
Which we just read from
And
Hirschman,
Trump
right?
At one point was on a call, President Trump, where he basically, if I recollect it right, he muted the call and said she was crazy. But then after that point, he continued to promote her fraud claims and lawsuits. He considered.
So listen to what he said. He said, listen, at one point, right? He said he was on a phone call with Sidney Powell. He muted her and said she was crazy. But then he proceeded to repeat all of her crazy accusations about fraud to the American people, knowing that they were false. Wild. Wild.
Putting her as a special counsel, even though he'd admitted, he used the word crazy, and the statement she was making could, by any reasonable person, be viewed as true. And so I think that sort of like claims that were so outlandish and so just fantastical, continuing to push those sort of claims after they've been disabused with strong evidence of our case.
It seems like the evidence that your case uncovered was, I think you said, Mr. Trump contacting mostly or all Republican officials
Yes.
about his voter claims from the election of 2020. Is that correct?
That's my recollection. As I sit here now, I can't think
Of a single Democrat.
of anyone who wasn't someone who was loyal to him politically. And again, many people who would have been our witnesses rejected his entreaties to do that. And again, I think it was in Michigan and in Arizona, and also the Attorney General in Georgia had stated, I voted for him twice. I wanted, and others stated, I wanted him to win. I campaigned for him. So it's not as if it was effective in every place, but that was who he focused this at. And that's why I said earlier today that the witnesses in this case, the subjects of the toll records in this case, those were chosen by President Trump.
So if President Trump would have pressured, for example, a Democratic state leader about these false claims for the election, would you have looked into that Democratic state member as well?
Yep.
Absolutely.
You mentioned earlier talking about, individuals pushing back on these false claims. When you're talking about the fake electors, you mentioned a congressman from Pennsylvania who I guess would have been a witness who might have pushed back on the fake elector scheme being legal.
And he did.
You recall saying that earlier?
I do.
Who was that member?
My recollection, I think his name was Thomas Marino. He was a former U.S. attorney, and he's a Republican, former congressman. And he had agreed to be, and this is before the election, agreed to be an elector for Donald Trump. And when he was presented with this idea of the fake elector scheme,
He said,
my recollection of his reaction was that this was an attempt to overthrow the government, and it was illegal.
so I'm going to pause right there. Give me 1 second. Thanks, Red Hot. I'm going to pause right there, and I'm going to look for something for you real quick. Please, please, please give me what I want. Hold on. I want to see if I can find it quickly. and efficiently for you. Oh my God, I love you so much. Not me finding an alphabetical list, which is what I wanted yesterday. Do y'all remember me crying about not being able to look people up alphabetically on the government's website? Thank you for me being able to do it right here. Okay, so I want to see, am I not, okay, so hold on. I want to see, so the reason why I'm looking, yeah, it's Bernie Moreno, is who we're looking for. And what I don't see is nope. Okay. I can't find what I'm looking for, so I'm going to let him go on and talk. Can I get one of my mods to come up real quick and just give me a quick mod break while I go to the restroom? So there's different Bernies, though. There's Bernie Moreno. There's Bernie Carrick. There's different Bernies, and it's important that people know that they are not the same people at all.
Hi.
Hey, Red Hot. Thank you very much. I just need to take care of my bladder, and then I'll be right back. Appreciate you. Hold tight, folks.
Hi, everyone. Happy New Year. Hope everyone is well, stay safe, and had a good holiday. As always, please continue to tap the screen for Dani. Also, make sure you get your heart me at the top beside her name, and make sure you collect your points afterwards, so that you can make sure you level up in her chat, because that's important for the stream. Also, if you haven't joined Discord, there's people in here that can help you. Cam is awesome. If you don't know how to do any of that, sorry, Cam, but I can't help you, can. Hi, y'all. And that's about it, I think. I always forget something. Oh, also, the rules, of course. Be respectful, no slurs, no comment spamming, and no all caps. That is for mods and people who are vision impaired. Please respect that, and we will be fine. Also, I'm kind of late to the stream. I guess we're still watching Jack Smith. I love him. He is brilliant. I love watching anything that he does. Also, the vision. Oh, thank you, Kat. The vision board session is tonight. What time, y'all? Sorry, let me know.
Oh, yeah, that's tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
7 Eastern Standard Time. I won't be there. I'll be at my second job, unfortunately, again. But make sure all that you are there and you can set your year off good with a vision of empowerment with Dani. Okay, y'all.
All right. Can y'all believe Mila is taking a nap? Bella is taking a nap. I'm like,
well, look at Jesus.
Look at God. Okay, so yeah, so tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, subscriber super fans, we will be getting together and doing a vision board intention party time together. I will throw the link into the subscribers discourse before we get started. So my thought process is that because I think Mila will probably nap for at least an hour, right? We'll probably be good. No, I'm not recording it within One Heart because the gift for the gift is not available. What the fuck? Okay, sorry. Because it is, so y'all know how we do when we have subscribers and super fans and we get together in our private space and it's not on TikTok and we are sharing. I consider a lot of that to be very personal, very private. And so what I don't do is record those things and post them publicly. It's why it's a super fan subscriber only event, because when you start to talk about how you want to set up, you know, your year and you want to set your intention and all of that, right? Some of the things that you might talk about may be, you know, pretty personal, maybe whatever. And so, you know, we just kind of hold those things sacred and close to the chest and that sort of thing. Okay. So that's what it will be. So just to run down the dates and times of what's happening in January, because we have a very busy January. And I actually have more announcements coming on Monday. But just to give you an idea, so tonight we have our vision party, our intention setting vision board party for superfans / subscribers. And then what we also have is on the 19th is movie night. I don't know. Don't make me lie. Maybe within one heart, maybe. Oh, you mean maybe just for subscribers, Discord? Yeah, I could do that just for subscribers. Yes. But so on the 19th, we have movie night, and it is the documentary A Storm Foretold, which is the one you've heard me referencing about Roger Stone today. And you will be knowing, you'll be able to kind of register for that. And so listen, that link is in my Discord. It's also in my link tree. If you want to get the link to view the documentary, you must fill out the Google form or your ass will not be there. Okay. January the 22nd at 6:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will actually have a free workshop. I do workshops all the time where we talk about messaging. We talk about perspectives, politics, policy, how to have tough conversations with the people in our lives. How do we, what are we going to do when we think about, 2026 and how we move forward and all of that stuff, right? So the last one, it will only be that one time. Yes, ma'am. And it is not available for streaming. There's no streaming in this country, right? So I'm hosting a movie night for my friends to watch a movie that I own, but you will not have the link to just watch it whenever you want to, because that wouldn't be legal for me to do. What was I saying? So on the 19th is movie night for the documentary. The 22nd is a free workshop. If you go to my YouTube, you can check out some of the other workshops that we've done before, like the Good Trouble workshop, the Carve workshop, the How to Stop the Madness workshop, the whatever, how to have difficult conversations, whatever with people, different workshops. They're all there. Some of them are there. I feel like there's another date that I'm missing that I haven't shared with you guys. Let me just look to see real quick if I can. So Sandy, I have your one-on-one next week. Kathy, I have your one-on-one the week after that. I have the 19th. I have the 22nd. Oh, I haven't said it yet, but the next thing that will happen, which will probably be, I can go ahead and tell you, it will most likely be the following week. So right around like January 27th-ish, that will be our book club that we do. And that's also for a subscriber / super fan. So if you're a subscriber or if you're a super fan, whether it's directly through me or on TikTok, we will be getting together. We are doing our book that we're starting for this quarter is the 4 Agreements. And so I'm actually excited. I found my deck from when I did a training on the 4 Agreements. So we'll be we'll use that deck. And then we'll also be having the book club meeting probably right around the 27th of this month. So we got quite a few things happening. You just ordered it, Jamie. Love that. and we'll go from there. All right. So lots going on. And tomorrow, if you go to my podcast, the podcast is The Dani Cook Show. It's available pretty much everywhere, whether you're on Spotify, Apple Podcast, wherever the fuck you listen, Amazon Music, whatever, wherever you listen to your podcast at, it is The Dani Cook Show. A new episode drops tomorrow. It is not a newly recorded episode, but it's a new episode. There will be one a week, every week. And yeah, so tomorrow. Okay. All right. So make sure that you are subscribed to the podcast and that you download. For those of y'all who do not know about this community, let me tell you this. TikTok sent me some information. This TikTok live surpassed 80% of all TikTok live rewards globally. And our TikTok lives were streamed in 2025 in 225 countries. 225 countries. People were watching and tuning into the live. So that's pretty astounding. It's a pretty wild ass thing to think about. So yeah, 225 countries. And I think, let me see, TikTok said, so people that joined me on my lives were from 28 different countries, and the viewers were from 225 different countries. So there's that. Last year we had it says that our, whatever this means, I don't even know. It just said your live rewards surpassed 95% of creators. Last year we did 298 live streams on TikTok with 1.7 million views and 165 million likes last year just on the lives on TikTok, which is pretty crazy. Oh, and it just said you've surpassed 80% of global live creators. Girl, I'm not a celebrity at all and have no desire to be a damn celebrity. Fuck that. But I'm certainly down to have viewers in 225 countries around the world, right? I know you're kidding, Renee. I was not, but I know you were kidding. So yeah, so we were in the top 80% of global lives, and it was pretty awesome. Make sure that you're not following fake accounts. There is somebody out there right now taking my videos down, posting them on their accounts to try to make it look like me, putting up like all my verbiage and all the things. Don't be fooled. There's only one me, and I only have one backup. My backup account is at Dani 8.8.8. That's it. If you are following anything else other than the Dani Cook or Dani 8.8.8, that shit ain't me. Drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Okay. All right. So having said that, I love that, Deb. I appreciate it. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and click play again so we can listen to Jack continue to share a little bit with us, and I'll chime in as I feel. I think we've got about another hour left on here before we head into some other things, okay? Because we got to prepare for tonight. Where's it at? Here we go.
You also mentioned a few of the states that Mr. Trump and his co-conspirators, such as Mr. Giuliani and Ms. Powell, targeted about these false claims about the election. Do you recall which states were the main targets of this group?
Yes, I believe it was 7 states. Count them: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona. I'm missing one because New Mexico was memorable because he lost that by 10%. There's one I'm forgetting.
Nevada.
The shade is so beautiful.
Nevada was
that was memorable because he lost that by 10%.
Did your investigation uncover why Mr. Trump and individuals like Mr. Giuliani and Ms. Powell might have selected these 7 states?
Well, the states were all states that he lost by a pretty small margin. except for, again, New Mexico is 10%. I mean, depends what you define as small, but the others were all much closer than that.
And these states had all voted in support of Mr. Biden being president. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, Donald Trump had lost all 7 of these states, but it appears narrowly, depending on how you define narrowly.
That's correct.
One of the bigger parts of your report, and which you talked about here today, comes down to the knowledge, Mr. Trump's knowledge that he had lost the election. I know you've talked about it in various stages of today, but I would just like a pretty clear answer, if you don't mind, about what evidence did you collect about Mr. Trump's knowledge that he had indeed lost the election of 2020?
Okay. Well, there are 2 types of knowledge. One, that he lost the election, and another, that the things he was saying, the fraud claims were in fact false.
Now I want to start with the first one. You said that he had lost the election.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Again, it's the same sort of bucket of evidence that he was repeatedly told by people that the very fraud claims that would change the outcome were not true. As you may remember, when he was told by his campaign team, in essence, that if you can't win Arizona, you can't win the election, and then he lost Arizona, he changed out that team and went with Giuliani and his group. We also had statements from other individuals. I believe it was General Mark Miller.
Yes, the backup account only has 7 videos.
There was another staffer who overheard him saying that something to the effect of, and I want to make sure I'm not inaccurate here, it's in our final report, but basically, like, you keep fighting regardless of whether you won or lost, things of that nature, which were corroborative of the very strong evidence of that the things he was saying about
Welcome, Pope.
not true.
And then you said earlier, when I asked you the original question, I thank you for parsing out the various knowledge, right? The second part was that Mr. Trump knew that his claims were false. And in the report, you say that Mr. Trump, and this is a quote, knowingly made false claims. So I'm assuming that talk about the false claims he made after he knew that he had lost the election. Can you describe or summarize some of these false claims he made to the American public after he knew that he had lost the election?
Sure. These would be false claims about dead voters. It would be false claims about underage voters. It would be false claims about illegal alien voters. The false claims were generally, as a general matter, about urban centers where he had lost the vote in a particular state that was otherwise close by a lot. Yes, and again, these were claims that were rebutted by people around him who knew that they were false, and in many cases told them they were false.
I'll go to January 6th itself. The president gave a speech on the rally, and we received information and testimony that a couple of things, that his supporters were leaving their weapons outside the magnetometers because they couldn't go through, and also that at some point Mr. Trump said, let them come through anyhow because they're not going to hurt me.
Correct.
It was subsequent to that knowledge that some of these supporters were armed, that he called on them to go to the Capitol. Was that set of facts subject to your investigation and review?
I recall what you're talking about. I remember we interviewed different people who were near or around President Trump in that period of time before the ellipse speech. And on that point, there were different recollections and different points of view. Some people said, well,
Can I, so I'm going to pause for just a second. What you doing? Okay. It's up to you. I made homemade veggie soup if you want some. Guess who liked it? Bella. Yeah, she asked me for some last night. She was like, Tutu, I really like the broth. But sorry, y'all, I digress for a second. But okay, it's up to you. All right. Can I just share with you guys a few things that I think it would be beneficial to go over with people because of this deposition? And Jack's deposition, I think, is great and amazing. And I think the other depositions of people involved, like the one that I shared with you all from Eric Hirschman, I think that Eric Hirschman's deposition was even way more telling than Jack's, because there are certain things that Jack can't speak about because of the cases. There are parts of the cases and the documents and the decisions that he has a gag order on that he can't speak about, right? Volume 2 of his report can't be made public. But the January 6th depositions are public. And so I think there's a real benefit to them. So would it shock you to know that when the January 6th committee questioned Jared Kushner, his deposition is 249 pages long? Would that surprise you to know that Jared Kushner sat with the January 6th committee for a 249-page deposition? And did you know that? How many of you all did or didn't know that? Yeah. And so I think that, well, Jim's, you know what? I'm going to tell you this. I was a little super shocked to know that that deposition was 249 pages. Hey, Sherry. And the reason why is I am shocked that, yeah, I knew Ivanka did, but I am shocked that his answers weren't the fifth for fucking everything. You follow me? Like, I'm not surprised that he was deposed. I'm not surprised that he was interviewed. I mean, I was surprised the first time that I learned that it was 249 pages long and that his answers weren't cut and dry with my ass pleads the fifth, right? That I was surprised about, right? And so I think that, yeah, that he was actually willing to talk, especially giving when Roger Stone says, I think his son Jared needs to be investigated, right? I want to know how many changed hands on Bannon, especially when you look at all of the things that Jared Kushner is involved in today. The positions he doesn't hold an official, capacity, and yet he's sitting in on all of these government meetings and he's negotiating all of these different damn deals and he's doing all of these different things. In my humble opinion, right? That is crazy, right? And so it's just really astounding. So, yeah, but his daddy went to jail, but his daddy's damn part of the damn administration today, right? So, also, what I'd like to do is very quickly, what page is this? Give me a second, guys. 48. So let me go back up. So because there's been a lot of focus about this December 18th meeting, and I just read to you the deposition from Eric Hirschman about that evening. I thought it would be worth a look at Michael Flynn's version of those events, because Michael Flynn and Eric Hirschman went toe to toe that night, not physically, but definitely screaming at each other. Definitely, Eric Hirschman saying, either come on over here or sit the fuck down, right? So I thought that might be beneficial. And then if I can get to it, I also thought it might be beneficial to check out Pat Cipollone's version of that same event, to see what he has to say as well. You guys good? So let's do Flynn. You ready? Right. And still with no security clearance. Correct. Correct. So we're going to go Michael Flynn. If you are following along with me on the Michael Flynn side of the world, we are going to, on page 48 of his deposition, that's where we're at. And I'm gonna let you, because he doesn't answer the fifth to. Oh wait, okay, this will be quick, but I just want you to see the difference between Eric Hirschman's testimony around December 18th meeting and General Flynn's testimony around December 18th. Are you guys ready? Here it goes. I'm going to have fun. I just want to back up a little bit further. Can I back up just a little bit further? I'll go to the top. Okay. I'm going to go to the bottom of 47, right? Linda, I don't know. Yeah. She needs to scroll out and come back in. Okay. So I'm at the bottom of 47. Okay. Are you guys ready? And for you guys over here, I will share my screen so that you can take a peek and watch it. You ready? Assuming that I'm at the right one. Shit. Let me make sure nope, it's not that. So I'm guessing it's this one, but maybe not. Yes, it is. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Question. That day, Mr. Rhodes, that would be Stephen Rhodes, and this is on December 12th. Well, this is kind of relevant. So listen. On point 11 on page 47 of General Michael Flynn's January 6th deposition, here's what it says. Question. We also understand that members of the Oath Keepers, including Stuart Rhodes, joined your protective detail that day on December 12th. Is that true? Now, I think this is really important. You are asking if an independent biker gang or gang organization joined the protective detail of General Michael Flynn. In what fucking world does the Oath Keepers become part of the security detail for General Flynn? Anybody want to sit with that for a minute and think about what that could mean? Right. Okay, so General, here's what he says. Yeah, see, I got y'all's attention that time, didn't I? So question. We also understand that members of the Oath Keepers, including Stuart Rhodes, joined your protective detail that day on December 12th. Is that true? Answer, the 5th. That's his answer. I plead the 5th. Question. Did Robert Minutia join your protective detail as well on December 12th? Answer, the 5th. Did you know, question, did you know either Mr. Rhodes or Mr. Minutia at the time, December 12th? Answer, the 5th. Question, that day, Mr. Rhodes urged President Trump to, quote, wage war against, quote, traitors at home by imposing martial law. Specifically, Mr. Rhodes called on President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act to remain in power. Were you aware of that, General Flynn? Answer, the 5th. Question, did you, General Flynn, ever discuss invoking the need to impose martial law with Mr. Rhodes? Answer, the 5th. Question, did you ever discuss with any members of the Oath Keepers your expectations or plans for January the 6th, 2021? Answer, the 5th. Anybody noticing a difference between Michael Flynn's answers and Eric Hirschman's answers? Anybody noticing a difference in the answers? Question. We also understand that members of the group Vets for Trump may have provided you with security during the December 12th event. Is that true? Answer, the 5th. Question. Did you ever discuss with any members of Vets for Trump expectations or plans for January 6, 2021? Answer, the 5th. Question. If we could please pull up exhibit number 14. Can you see exhibit number 14, General Flynn? Answer, yes, I can see it. Question. And I'll just note, we've been going for an hour, about an hour and a half. So if at any point, General Flynn or Mr. Warrington, if you need a break, please let us know. Okay, so in exhibit 14, on December 18th, you quote tweeted a tweet from Newt Gingrich where he writes, quote, left-wing media won't tell you, but quote, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, and New Mexico all selected 2 slates of electors. One slate accepts a Democrat victory, but the other slate anticipates a turnaround, end quote. Did you, General Flynn, have any involvement in the meeting and casting of purported electoral votes by Republican Party electors in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, or New Mexico on December 14th, 2020? Answer, the 5th. Question, was the first time that you heard of this on December 18th when you posted this tweet, or had you heard about it before? Answer, the 5th. Question, did you know that the Trump campaign helped organize the meeting and casting of purported electoral votes by Republican Party electors in those 7 states that President Trump had actually lost? Answer, the 5th. These are the same 7 states that we just heard Jack Smith talk about, right? Question, do you know why? Oh, did I do it? That was straight ass subconsciously. She said I did this. Question, do you know why the Trump campaign wanted Republican Party electors to meet and cast purported electoral votes by Republican Party electors in those 7 states that Mr. Trump had lost? Answer, the 5th. Question, do you know that Joseph Biden, had been certified as the winner of the election in those 7 states where Republican Party electors met and cast purported electoral votes? Answer, the 5th. Question, were you aware of a theory that on January 6th, the vice president had the authority to choose which slate of electoral votes to count during the joint session if he was presented with more than 1 slate of electoral college votes from a single state? Answer, the 5th. Were you aware? Did you, General Flynn, ever advise the President of the United States that the Vice President should choose to count or not count certain electoral college votes during the joint session of Congress on January 6th, 2021? Answer, the 5th. Question: did you, General Flynn, ever advise the President of the United States that the Vice President should declare Mr. Trump to be the winner of the 2020 presidential election? Answer: the 5th. Question: were you aware of a theory that on January 6th, that the Vice President had the authority to delay the counting of electoral votes from certain states and instead ask the relevant state legislatures to look into election results? Answer: the 5th. Question: did you ever discuss that theory about delaying the count of electoral votes during the joint session with President Trump? Answer: the 5th. I want to go, I'm going to another part now about January 18th. Let's go to the meeting. You guys ready? The same meeting that we just heard Eric Hirschman's testimony on. You ready? Question. I want to draw your attention to a December 18th meeting at the White House. Were you at the White House on December the 18th of 2020? Now, folks, that is a very generic ass question. Were you at the White House on December the 18th? Why isn't that a yes or no question? Because do you know how he answered it? He answered it by saying the 5th. That ninja said the 5th. Question: what time did you get to the White House on December 18th? Because Eric Hirschman already said he was at the White House. Answer: they didn't say that. I'm saying that. Answer: the 5th. Did you arrive at the White House with anyone? Answer: the 5th. Question: we understand that you arrived with Mr. Byrne and Ms. Powell. Is that accurate? Answer: the 5th. Question: why were you with Mr. Byrne and Ms. Powell on December 8th at the White House? Answer: the 5th. Yeah, pretty much, with the exception of like just a few things, Jims, Lawrence, that weren't really relevant to anything. Pretty much, he says the 5th to fucking everything. Everything around this meeting. He won't even acknowledge, like, watch this. At the time of this meeting, did you know Mr. Ziegler? The 5th. How about Patrick Weaver? Did you know him? The 5th. Did you know how Mr. Byrne knew either Mr. Weaver or Mr. Ziegler? The fucking 5th. I mean, you can plead the 5th because that's the Constitution, political Jess. Everyone has the right to avoid self-incrimination. Like, that's the law. It's the government's responsibility to prove guilt. And you don't have to assist them in that, right? Who did you meet with when you were at the White House on December 18th, 2020? The 5th. In a meeting that you participated in at the White House on December 18th, 2020, did President Trump, representatives from the White House counsel's office, Mark Meadows and Robert O'Brien, also participate? The 5th. He answers everything about the 18th with the 5th. What's wild to me is this is the difference between Eric Hirschman, someone who was part of the Trump administration, right? So I want to say this so that we understand. You know how we have a tendency, and when I say we, I just mean people in general, and I mean people that don't support Trump and don't support the Trump administration. There is this temptation and sometimes just this general practice of saying everybody that went to work in that administration was part of the crazy work. But they weren't, right? I think that some people, for example, Eric Hirschman, Pat Cipollone, I think some of those people were put in place to keep shit from just going all the way off the guardrails. You know what I mean? because I just go without Eric Hirschman, without Pat Cipollone, without Derek Lyons, and even without Ivanka Trump, y'all. That shit was going off the rails. It was going to go completely 100% off the rails. Exactly, Jims. That's what I'm saying. There were intentional guardrails in place. The second administration, none. There's no guardrails whatsoever. Because they were like, listen, the first time we surprised people with how far we were willing to go. The first administration, people weren't sure what to expect. They know now. The cat's out of the bag. We've written a whole fucking playbook and it's all over and everybody's reading it. And so that's it. All we want are yes people. And here's the thing. Those people would argue with you that they have integrity. They would argue with you that they have ethics. I really want you all to understand that. When we think about people like Pamela Bondi and Emil Bovey and all of those things, right? Sounds good, Ethan. We think of them as traitors. At least I know I do. But they would consider themselves to be patriots. I remember from the documentary Roger Stone. Roger Stone goes to see this dude who owns a gym, real big, beefed up white boy with some big, huge glass office in this gym that he owns. And Roger Stone goes to sit down. And when Roger Stone sits down in the guy's office, he looks up on the wall and there's this big wooden skull carving that is the symbol of Q. And it's actually painted like it's the American flag overlaid this skull of Q, right? Their symbol. And Roger Stone actually says, "Oh wow, I just recognized that as the Q symbol." And the guy looks really uncomfortable and he goes, "Oh, is it?" And he was like, "Yeah, I mean it's usually painted black, but that's clearly it." That's what Roger says, right? And the guy's just sitting there with this very uncomfortable kind of smile on his face. And Roger says, "Listen, if it is Q, I think it's great." Roger Stone says, "Listen, people say, you should denounce Q." And he says, "Why? Why should I denounce them?" He says, "To me, they are patriots." He said, "They are willing to fight for and believe and fight for the things that they've read on the internet." And he says they are willing to even contribute. And he names contribute to different funds and legal fees and things like that. And so Roger Stone's thing is, hey, that makes them patriots. Isn't that crazy? And so you guys ever remember watching movies and you see people in positions of power in the government that are willing to do the worst of things, but they claim that it's in service to the country? You don't understand. This is what we have to do to protect the country as patriots. And they're doing really shitty things. Even the whole, you can't handle the truth, right? People like that. That's what many of these people are. They have an idea of what they believe the country should be, what they believe the values of the country should be. And they believe that not only are they working in service to the country, but some of them, in my opinion, the most dangerous of them, believe that they are working on behalf of God to make it happen. I just want you all to understand that. They believe that they are working in service to a country with ideals that they believe are superior. And many of them believe that they are doing it in service to God. And that's true whether you're talking about Christian nationalists or whether you're talking about Christian Zionists. Not that I can remember, Steffi G. In my humble opinion, two of the most dangerous domestic terrorist groups that we have in the United States of America and around the world are Christian nationalists and Christian Zionists. To me, they should be labeled terrorist organizations. That's my personal opinion. I believe that the Heritage Foundation is a terrorist organization. And the reason why I say that, right, is, let me just show you. Give me a second. Okay, so I want to go to this actual, well, stop bringing that. I don't want it to do that. Okay, yes, ASULLA2. That is wild to me. Sorry, you guys. I'm trying to open this up. Okay, so I am looking at 18 US Code 2331. Okay, so I'm looking at the law right now. You follow me? Listen, 18 USC 2331. As used in this chapter, the term, quote, international terrorism, end quote, means activities that A, involve violent acts or acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or of any state, or that would be a criminal violation if committed within the jurisdiction of the United States or of any state. B, if they appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or 3, to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and C, occur primarily outside the territorial jurisdiction of the United States or transcend national boundaries in the terms of the means by which they were accomplished, the persons they appear intended to intimidate or coerce, or the locale in which their perpetrators operate to seek asylum. Now, the term, according to the law, thanks, Terry, domestic terrorism means activities that A, involve acts dangerous to human life, that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or any state, or B, appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, and kidnapping. So I would argue, and it would be an interesting legal conversation to have. Okay, I would argue that the mass destruction of the government does not have to be done by a violent means. I would argue that intentionally violating the three separate but legal parts of government. I would argue that by getting rid of federal union protections for federal workers, for getting rid of the checks and balances within our systems, like the Consumer, Bureau of Protection, by dismantling the Department of Education. In my opinion, those things could very well be interpreted as the mass destruction of the government. And for me, that would make the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025, that would make them a domestic terrorist organization. And it would make Project 2025, along with Project Esther, manifestos of their terrorism. And that's just my opinion based on the legal definitions. Right? It would be interesting to see that argued in a court of law, right? It would be really interesting to see that interpretation, because when I look at that definition, it says the term domestic terrorism means activities that A, involve acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or of any state. And then B, this is the part that I love about B. Listen to how B can be interpreted, because B says appear to be intended to. They don't have to be intended to. You can argue and say that's not my intention. But if they appear to be intended to affect the conduct of the government by mass destruction, that's domestic terrorism. Oh, yeah, I know, Teresa. I know the U.S. is on the list for human rights violations, but they have been. Y'all knew. So I want us to understand that the United States of America has been on lists around human rights violations for a very long time. They just aren't generally white people. Like the United States of America, like you should read the UN reports about the United States of America right along with Canada and its treatment of indigenous people. Like this ain't nothing new. Just to be clear, y'all. And a lot of our human rights violations, if they occur in this country, they occur to melanated people, Black and brown people. And if they occur outside of this country, same thing, right? But just offering that. Give me 1 second. Steph S., you say honestly good to what? What does that mean exactly? What's good? Oh, good that it's being identified? Yeah. My thing is that, so, well, Cookie Monster, here's the thing. We do not participate in the ICC. I think it's really important for people to understand that the United States of America has refused to participate in the International Criminal Court. We don't participate. You know? And there's a reason we don't participate. Okay? Yep. And now we have sanctions. We put sanctions on the ICC. Right? But the reason why I wanted to step back for a second. So when I read the Esther Project, let me just ask a question for everybody that's watching. And I know I've kind of paused Jack for a second, but this is really, no, we have never participated in the ICC, Cookie. We have never, ever participated in the ICC. This is one of those things where where we have to come to the understanding that when it comes to being shitty everywhere in the world and violating the rights of people all around the world, there is no difference in Democrats and Republicans. When it comes to foreign policy that violates other people for the benefit of this country, there is no difference in our political parties. Hence AIPAC, hence Israel, hence Gaza. I just want everybody to be clear about that. So, it's really interesting. So, the ICC was established in 2002 to prosecute individuals for genocide and war crimes and crimes against humanity. We signed the Rome Statute, which created it in 2000, but we never ratified it. And then we formally withdrew our signature because we did not want to be bound by its jurisdiction. Okay, that's what happened. Now, I just want to speak to the women in the room. Understand that we had the ERA, and then it was never ratified and added to the Constitution, which is why legally we don't have the same protections as men in this country. We say that by joining the ICC, we lose our national sovereignty, and that an international court could have jurisdiction over citizens and then infringe upon our sovereignty. Let me let her know that Mila's up. So I just wanted to bring that home for us so that we understand. I really, and this is why, this is probably why, let me be really honest. I think this is why the DNC wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot fucking pole, is because I will tell the truth and shame the devil about anybody. My willingness to hold people accountable doesn't stop at a party affiliation, right? And so I believe it's a problem when the leadership of both the Republican Party and the leadership of the Republican Party are subject to fucking AIPAC. I think it's a problem when AIPAC is not required to register as a foreign lobby in this country, and yet they absolutely lobby on behalf of a foreign country, right? And so that's why y'all are like, the DNC should talk to you. I personally believe they probably will never, ever do that. There are people that in some ways their stance for American citizens, or their stance on women, or their stance on democracy, there are people in Congress that I just am like, damn, I fucking love you. And then when I get into their foreign policy, when I get into, the way that what they do and don't stand for when it comes to Sudan, when it comes to Palestine, when it comes to all of those different places, I just go, wow, what a fucking sad disappointment you are as a human being. Right? How many of you all are not familiar with, thanks, appreciate that. How many of you all are not familiar with the Esther Project? How many of you are not familiar with the Esther Project? And I'm bringing this up to add further evidence about the Heritage Foundation. So a lot of you guys are not. Okay. All right. I'm going to share. Right. You've been here too long not to be familiar. I know. Text them on. By the way, Sammy J, oh dear God, your abuela almost made me just cry. I love the fact that you got to go see her, that you got to see her home, and that she was so just over the moon. at seeing you. That was beautiful. Okay, so the Esther Project, that was your Tia Jessie. Oh, okay, gotcha. Beautiful. So let me offer this to you all, okay? Thanks, Jamie. Let me offer this to you all. The Esther Project is a document written by the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation is incredibly pro-Israel. If you do not know and understand that, you should take a look at the fracture that has happened within the Heritage Foundation, just like within Turning Point USA, over positions on Israel. For example, when Tucker Carlson started talking about Israel and what they're doing in Gaza, and how they're unaliving not just Muslim Palestinians, but Christian Palestinians and Jewish Palestinians. And Tucker started asking why they aren't registered as a foreign lobby. And he brought Nick Fuentes on to talk about that very thing, who, let me just tell you, Nick is a disgusting, racist, xenophobic, homophobic, Islamophobic asshole, right? And he is still spot on about the state of Israel and what it does. I'm not down for all the slurs and the whatever, but Israel is Israel, right? And Israel is Israel. Let me tell you that, and let me say that. But when Tucker started going down this path, there were folks within the Heritage Foundation that were saying he needs to be booted out. And Kevin Roberts, who is the president and the head of the Heritage Foundation, came out publicly and said Tucker Carlson has always been, is, and will always be a friend of the Heritage Foundation. Yeah, Fuentes is truly terrible. He's also a fucking idiot, Jims. Like, if we're being honest, Nick was recruited right out of high school at the age of 18, and the platform that he has he was funded to create it. And that's part of the white nationalist side and the white supremacist side of the movement. He was platformed and made up to be who he is. Hello, Raja, right? So, empathy. So he's wrong on everything except Israel? No. What I'm saying to you is Tucker happens to be right on Israel. That's what I said. I don't think that Tucker Carlson is wrong on everything else. I think he's wrong about a lot of other things. I think Tucker Carlson is absolutely, quote unquote, America first. I think Tucker Carlson is he is not paid by Qatar. Provide me the evidence. Empathy is tired. You can't. You want to know why? Because it's not a thing. Yes, baby. Mommy was here. She's going to come back. Okay. She came over, but you were sleeping.
Hi, Raja.
Girl. So I just want to be clear. Right. He's hit and miss, Jims. So, but for the person in the comments who said Tucker is being paid by Qatar, miss me with the conspiracy bullshit. You don't have to message me receipts about Tucker. The point is simply this: paid by Qatar to do what? And in what way? And by the way, the president of the United States is paid by Qatar. The president of the United States of America is paid by Qatar. That's why he got a $400 million jet. Paid by Qatar to do what? Right? I mean, I'm just like, the president of the United States is paid by Qatar. Here's the thing. Even let me just go down this road. Yes, baby. Let me see if mommy messaged me back. Oh, she's coming. She said be there shortly. Mommy's coming. Yes, babe. Okay, go ahead. So let me just say this. I did listen to his speech at AmFest. I sure as fuck did. Matter of fact, I played it right here on this live. See, that's how much you don't know. I played Tucker's. I played Ben Shapiro's. I played Steve Bannon's. Who else's did I play, y'all? Who else's did I play from America Fest? I played it right here on this live, James. So wrong again. It's really great to ask questions and not assume when you don't know who you're talking to. And by the way, I'm just going to play this out for a second. You can say Tucker's paid by Qatar. Whether that is true or not is irrelevant to the fact that Israel still is committing genocide with the funding and support and weapons supplied by the United States government, and they are committing war crimes. And AIPAC, the lobby is lobbying the vast majority of Congress on behalf of Israel, so much so that 96% of the candidates endorsed by AIPAC won their 2024 elections. So much so that AIPAC raised more money for the Black caucus, for the Hispanic caucus, than any other PAC in this country. So when you say to me, Tucker's paid by Qatar, I literally give zero fucks because, number one, Tucker's not in Congress. I don't care who pays Tucker to be a podcast person. I don't care. Tucker's not in Congress. He's not a government official. I don't give a shit who he gets a check from. What I know is that whoever he's getting a check from doesn't determine whether or not Israel is committing the war crimes that they actually are. They don't have anything to do with each other. Just so we're clear. Jeez. That's just so wild to me. Tucker's paid by Qatar. Does that mean Israel still isn't committing war crimes? Because they are. You can say Tucker Carlson is being paid by Qatar. That's not the reason that Ted Cruz sat on his show and said, I became a senator to be the most pro-Israel senator ever. Tucker being paid by Jesus didn't make Ted Cruz say that. I don't care who he's paid by. Ted Cruz said that shit. It doesn't matter who's paying Tucker Carlson. Ted Cruz told you that out of his own mouth. I became a senator. I joined Congress to be the most pro-Israel senator ever. That's what I came to do. Not represent my constituents, not put America first, not protect American citizens, not make sure that we have the best education, healthcare, housing, and economic system ever. I became a senator to put fucking Israel first. That is what Ted Cruz said. And that doesn't have shit to do with whoever gave Tucker Carlson a check. I don't care. Here's what I will tell you, and I'm going to pull it out here for a second just because, and those of y'all who know me, y'all know that I moved. So I don't have all of my printed out materials with me at the moment, but I'm going to pull it up so that I can share it with you very quickly. You got it? So give me a second. So when I asked, and the reason why I asked about if you knew about Project Esther is because, in my opinion, Project Esther is a tool of the Heritage Foundation to intimidate and coerce not just American citizens, but members of the government and members of independent organizations and institutions. And the reason I say that is because it clearly outlines a mechanism for criminalizing free speech, and opinion that is anti the state of Israel. And it actually tells you what they intend to do. So let me tell you what it says in case you didn't know. It says the mission statement: the National Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism leads a coalition to dismantle, which I would say this, anyway, dismantle the infrastructure that sustains the HSN, which we're going to talk about that little acronym and how fucking fake it is in just a second. But it says that sustains the HSN and associated movements anti-Semitic violence in the United States of America within 12 to 24 months to restore equal protection under the law for all Americans. Vision. It says, what is our intent? Our intent is to organize and guide all willing and able partners in a coordinated effort that employs all available resources to combat the scourge of anti-Semitism in the United States. Our hope is that this effort will represent an opportunity for public/private partnerships, and this part's in italics for emphasis, not by me, but by the Heritage Foundation. Quote, when a willing administration occupies the White House, because they wrote this document and published it October 7th of 2024, when Joe Biden was still in office. And it says, what are the ends? This is what they say their goal is: to ensure that US-based anti-Semitic movements are incapable of threatening US citizens with violence. The objective is to dismantle the pro-Hamas support networks infrastructure across America. Here are the ways they intend to do that. I'm not going to read the whole document to you, right? But I just want to be clear about something. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. How cold is it? Yeah, you should be able to, but you have to put something on your feet. So let me be clear.
Well, was it socks?
Yeah. So what they intend to do is label, label anyone that speaks out against the actions of the state of Israel, or anyone that is speaking out in support of Palestinians as quote unquote, what? I don't know either. As part of this HSN, which they have created to mean a Hamas support network. Why do they want to do that? Because if they can label you that, why did Teresa Baker get muted? Maybe you didn't mean to, I don't know. But they want to do that so that, listen, folks, do not be putting links to shit in my comments. Don't do that. That's why Teresa got muted. So let me be clear, right? I don't give a fuck, and I'm going to say this with 10 toes down in my full ass chest, right? I don't give a damn what the Heritage Foundation says. Calling out Israel for committing war crimes does not make me or anyone else a terrorist. It doesn't make anyone a terrorist. My opinion that Bibi Netanyahu is a fucking war criminal, right? Yeah, no, Linda did, right? And I wrote something about this on my Substack. Can I share it with you all? So a while back on my Substack, I wrote something specifically addressing Project Esther and the Heritage Foundation. And now I'm going to share it with you. Okay. Here we go. It says, I crack myself up sometimes because I just get mad and tell the truth and shame the devil. So I wrote this on July 31st of 2025. And the title of this article on my Substack is hey, Heritage, fuck off. And here's what it says. Jesus wouldn't support your interpretation of Christianity, and neither do I. Like many people around the world, I am tired of watching domestic terrorists dressed in suits, hiding behind think tanks, corporations, and even administrations use Christianity to justify their actions. Too often, when we picture a quote unquote terrorist, they're wearing a turban, hiding in a cave in the Middle East and reading the Quran. In reality, the terrorists we face in the United States today are riding in jets, standing behind podiums and pulpits, dressed in their Sunday best, talking about American values and heritage while holding Bibles, sometimes upside down. And in true form, they are projecting their actions and their plans onto the rest of us who are simply standing on the side of humanity like Jesus did. And as if from a page in the Bible they claim to know so well, they are attempting to persecute us the same way the kings and the pharaohs did Jesus. They want to confuse the nation of Israel today with the Israel of the Bible, when in truth, the Israel of the Bible sometimes referred to a person, a people, or a place, depending upon what denomination you practice. For example, Jacob's name was changed to Israel in Genesis 32:28. Now, before I go any further, let me say that none of that truly matters because our government is intended to operate separate of a particular religion, even Christianity. Even if some of the founding fathers referred to quote unquote God, there are many other religions that believe in God as well, and their personal faith can guide their perspectives, but they cannot be put into law. There is a difference. So when Rafael Cruz, you may know him as Ted, tells Tucker Carlson that the reason he supports Israel is because the Bible tells him to, he is immediately in error. Now that we've established the importance of separating Christianity and all other religions from the government, let's get back to the blasphemy being committed by the Heritage Foundation, the Trump administration, and the GOP. It's important to note that speaking against the actions of a government official, a government, or its military is not speaking against the people under that government. Neither is it speaking against those people's religion. So let me say that again. Speaking against the government of Israel and the G-side being committed at the direction of its president is not speaking against the people of Israel or their religion. And no matter how many times the Heritage Foundation says differently in their Project Esther document, it doesn't change that fact. Heritage, you do not get to make anyone who doesn't want the innocent people of Palestine killed by Israeli forces part of the Hamas network. Nope, that's not how free speech works. That's not how terrorism cells works. You are actually a perfect representation of how a domestic terrorist organization works. You just happen to be a rich, white, American one. And that's the reason many people miss it. But I see you. As a veteran, I took an oath to protect this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. I might not be dressed in BDUs with Kevlar and combat boots, armed with an M16, but rather dressed in yoga pants with a t-shirt and barefoot, armed with a computer, a keyboard, live streaming, and a voice. I am still fighting and fulfilling my duty to this country. Now, I know you believe that if you keep using Bible references and getting preachers to use the Lord's name in vain, because you do realize that's what you're doing, right? Like the scripture isn't referring to man-made curse words. Using the Lord's name in vain means using the word and the name of God in opposition to the teachings and principles of Jesus Christ. That people will continue to support what's happening. You think if you keep doing that, people will support what's happening, but you're wrong. People are better than that. At our core, the vast majority of us want the same things. We want our neighbors and their children to have access to safe, quality health care. We want our children to be taught accurate history, even the uncomfortable parts, so that we can learn from them, never repeat them, and continue becoming better together. We want our children safe in schools while our families are free to secure and protect their homes and persons. We want to make our healthcare decisions privately with our families and our doctors who are medically trained to help determine what's best for us. We want to work and make enough money to own a home, feed and clothe our children without having to choose which bill not to pay or which medication not to pick up. We want our parents and our grandparents to spend their remaining years in decency and comfort because they have earned that. These things aren't partisan, no matter how much you want people to believe that they are. They are human. And despite what Citizens United said, corporations aren't people. We are. And we demand to be treated as such. So yeah, take your perversion of a beautiful teaching, the teaching of Jesus Christ, and fuck all the way off. In continued service, me. And I mean that. If you truly believe that you're a Christian, if you truly believe that Jesus' teachings are the best, you should be really fucking pissed. And you should be tired of people manipulating your faith and using it for horrible things. You should be really tired of it. Yeah, baby. Yes, or Hot Pocket, whichever one you want. You just should be. Thank you, Dizzy. And there will be some people that will say, aren't you scared to say things like that? I mean, kind of, sort of, yes and no. Kind of, sort of, yes and no. Because what's the alternative? To not say the truth? You know what I mean, y'all? And by the way, the more of us that continue to say the right thing out loud, the less there is to fear from those people. I mean, literally the worst thing they could do is unalive my ass. That's literally the worst thing. And then let me just tell you, number one, if you do something mad to me, the karma that's coming for you is astronomical and unable to be measured, just so that you understand. If you do bad shit, if you send some bad shit my way, just understand. I have this big old bubble that surrounds me that sends all of your negative intentions and badass energy right back to you. You do get that, right? And that's not me wishing bad on you. That's just me sending what you wish to me back to you. So listen, if you wish me great things, I'm going to send that right back to you. If you wish me shitty things, it's sending right back to you. Right? That's the way it works. It is really important for, like, this is just the thing. Y'all hear these grandbabies behind me? Yes, baby. Yes, I'll open it for you.
Did they do a last one?
That's okay. I'll get you some more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's your favorite.
I only like this kind.
I know. Bella likes the wild berry and that kind, and you only like that kind. She loves this flavored water that's acai grape. Bella likes wild berry and grape. But listen, I said all that to say this, folks, right? There are two things. there's a lesson from the past that motivates me, and there's my hope for the future that motivates me. There are many things about the past that move me, right? Whether that's, my mom and dad and the history of their relationship and the laws that this country had at the time that they met, and all of those things. And there's also, I talk about this often, but when I get tired, when I sometimes, if fear tries to creep in, if I'm just like, fuck this noise, right? In my head, if you're watching and you've been with me for a long time, you'll see my subscribers will put it in the comments. Y'all, who do I picture in my head if I get tired, if I get frustrated, if I'm like, fuck this, I don't know why I bother. Who do I picture from history? Who do I picture? Because the folks that have been with me for a long time, they know this already. John Lewis, you got it, Renee. Good trouble, Desi, that's it. John Lewis. Why? I picture him standing on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Not the first day, but the second day. The second day that became Bloody Sunday. I picture that day. And I think about what he saw facing him, which was what? A whole line full of white police officers with billy clubs and dogs and fire hoses. And you can't tell me that was an appealing sight. You can't tell me he thought, damn, I'm so grateful to be here today. I can't wait to do this shit. You can't tell me, right? You can't tell me, right? I think about that. And then when I think about hope for the future, I think about my grands all the time, because they deserve a world that is better than we have created up until this point. And make no mistake, all of us have participated in the country and the world that we have created. All of us. So, yeah. So, rock, paper, scissors, can I offer you something? Can I offer you something? Because you said you have one grand and he is mixed. Children aren't acrylic paint. We're not mixed. Mixed with what? Verbiage is so incredibly important. So what I would say is I have one grand and he's biracial. He's biracial. He's not mixed. He's not bred. Right? And I don't want you to feel like I'm correcting you. That's why I said, can I offer you something? Because I don't believe that you had any ill intent in what you said. You didn't say that in a derogatory way. You just said what you knew to say. Right? And so when we just, and I say this often. So if my friend Jamie is watching over on Facebook, she'll be able to tell you that I was live one day. And this is many, many years ago, but I'm having a conversation about LGBTQ plus people and their rights. And I made a comment about them not being demonized because of their lifestyle. And she immediately hit me up and she said, it's not a lifestyle, it's a life. She said, I know that you didn't mean any harm, but it's important that we use the right language. It's not a lifestyle, it's a life. A lifestyle is when you go to the fucking gym, if you go hiking, if you like to go camping, if you like to paint, like that's a lifestyle. A lifestyle are things that you choose. She said, it's not a lifestyle, it's just my life. She only had to say it to me once. And ever since that moment, I say life. She understood that I didn't mean anything different. Right? She understood I didn't mean harm. I was using the most appropriate term that I knew. Yeah, Renee, I grew up too saying I'm mixed because that was the era in which I grew up in. I also now understand I grew up referring to myself as a mutt because that is how the world around me fucking described me. I now know I'm nobody's mutt. I'm not a mutt. But that was the language that was used to describe me as a biracial child, as Gen X. I'm not a mutt. I'm not mixed. I'm not a fucking curl, a crown. I'm not a, you know what I mean? But that was the way society talked about us back then. Yeah, baby. What do you mean? What happened to it? Let me see. Bring me the remote. So listen, I want you all to follow me. It's not about whether you're right or wrong, right? Think about the way that Dolly said, hold on, let me help Mila. When Dolly Parton changed the Dixie Stampede, here you go, baby, to the Stampede, and she removed the word Dixie, and there were people that got pissed off about it. She said, well, this isn't hard. This isn't hard. She said, listen, there were people that reached out to me that explained to me why this word was offensive, why this word was triggering for them, why this word reminded them of harm. So if someone tells me that my use of a word, even if my intent is not to harm, harms them, why would I not just simply stop using it? Why would, that's not hard. Just stop using it. And y'all ain't seen nobody cancel Dolly yet, have you? Y'all ain't seen nobody cancel Dolly. In the middle of Tennessee, in the middle of Trump territory, Dolly is still damn Dolly. Because it's not hard. Slammy money. So just wanted to bring that back around. If you want to read the Esther Project in its entirety, it is in my link tree. I recommend that you do. It is important to see how a quote unquote think tank can be used to influence the government to identify citizens as terrorists simply because of their free speech. It's important, y'all, to see how a think tank, this private organization, could be used to influence the government and destruct how it operates and exists. You know? You need my breakdown? That's hilarious, Ramona. Appreciate it, but hilarious. Okay. And by the way, I saw you guys hit 500,000 likes. That's fucking insane. And I am grateful and I appreciate it. I don't know how many shares we hit today, but kudos to the damn, to the likes. So I just think it's really important that people stay abreast, informed, accurately informed, prudently aware of the things that are out there without being driven from a place of fear, to understand what has happened, where we are, and how things are changing. If you do not understand that the GOP is absolutely terrified that we have made it through 2025 and the Trump organization has lost more cases than they have won, they have had much of their attempts either completely blocked or partially blocked. If you don't know that they are terrified that a special election in Iowa was won by a Black woman, y'all hear me? A special election in Iowa was just won by a Black woman. If you don't think they are terrified that in Tennessee, Trump country, right? In Tennessee, Trump country, they saw a district that was previously In the last 2 years, in the last 3 years, District 7 was a 33-point lead for Republicans. 33-point lead for Republicans 3 years ago. 22-point lead for District 7 1 year ago. Today, it's an 8-point lead. There are now Trump Afton Bain voters. If you don't know that they're terrified about that, they are. Oh, Jims, I know. Afton is, as I've told you guys before, Afton's a personal friend of mine. She's on vacation right now. She said she would hit me back when she got back in a week. She would hit me up. And so my goal is to carve out some time and grab her on a live and a podcast so we can chat. You know, I met her, good God, how many years ago now? I don't even know. In 2019. And she's the shit, right? She's good people. But I settle that to say they are terrified. They are terrified, and they should be. And they should be. Not from a place of, oh, you're in physical danger, but as in you're going to be held accountable because the people are going to win the midterms. And when I say the people, I mean from a human being perspective. We're going to put people in office in the midterms that put the interest of the people in first. Paulette Jordan just won governor in Idaho as a Democrat. Fucking love that all day long. Where's Angie? Where's Angie? Where's our resident Idaho person? They're terrified. In my opinion, it's one of the reasons you see the Supreme Court starting to kind of try to change the verbiage on some shit that they've done. You see them releasing Jack's deposition. Reaper, that's just ridiculous foolishness. And you can miss me with that bullshit meant to create voter apathy. Nobody here is buying it. You're in the wrong room, Reaper. Reaper came in here saying there's no such thing as a good politician. And you're probably one of those same people going, I don't know why you're just a scorned woman if you say there's no such thing as good men. Like, you just sound silly. Reaper knows better. That's just bullshit. So, just bullshit. Reaper, if you want to come on up here and join the panel, come on. I'll give you the last 7 minutes before I go. Here, let me help you. All right, Reaper, I sent you an invitation. You want to join the panel real quick? Let me tell you all something. When someone comes in, whether it's at a party you're at, whether you're on a computer, whether you're in a chat room, whether you're on a social media platform, when someone comes in and they say shit like, all politicians are bad, Republicans and Democrats are just the same, the systems is rigged, it doesn't matter. You need to understand 100% that is being said to create voter apathy. And that is exactly how almost 80 million, almost 90 million Americans didn't even vote in the last presidential election. And they want that. They want you to sit the fuck at home. They want you to lose trust in the system. They want you to believe that there's nothing good. I'm going to tell you who knows that voting is important. Do you want to know who knows Congress is important? Fucking APAC. Do you want to know who knows that Congress is important? Do you want to know who understands that politicians are important? Fucking corporations and their CEOs. United Healthcare. They know. You don't see them. Listen, if you ever want to know just how important people who get elected are, look at the amount of money corporations are willing to spend to get people put into office. Reaper, nobody's talking to you in the comments. Listen, first of all, everybody in the chat, don't talk to Reaper. And Reaper, if your ass don't want to get on the panel, I'm not talking to you anymore. So if you want to have a real conversation with me, join the panel. We can have a respectful conversation. But ain't nobody going back with you in the comments because all you want to be is distracting. Not doing that. Love that. You want to request up? We can do that. All right. Hey, Reaper, how are you?
Good, yourself?
I'm doing perfect. So,
all right, now politics.
Well,
Let's get into politics.
Wait. This is important. First, we're gonna have a respectful conversation. And
of course, I'm a retired first responder. You know, I did my thing. I paid my dues. I've been in the medical field for over 27 years. I'm currently still working as a nurse, as a retiree. But this conversation is about politics, right? So let's get into politics.
Okay,
what is so good about these politicians?
Okay, so Reaper, first what I'm going to have you do is pause. Okay? Because
I'm going to listen to what you got to say.
But you're not listening. Every time I'm speaking, you're interjecting. And so one of the reasons why I say have a respectful conversation, that means don't interrupt and don't talk over. That's what I mean. Okay? So we can absolutely talk about politics. We're just going to do it respectfully. Okay, what I don't do, and I don't know, is this your first time ever being in my live?
This is the first time me being in on the live in general.
Okay, cool, perfect.
I don't really follow social media.
Got you. Okay, well, welcome. Glad you found me. So the way that I run my space is with 4 simple things. You can see them right above in the white print. It says, number 1, be respectful. Number 2, we don't use slurs in this space. Number 3, we don't spam in the comments. And number 4, we don't type in all caps. And that's because it's reserved for my moderators and it's reserved for my folks that are vision impaired, right? For everybody else that's in the comments that's new to me, those guidelines also apply to you. So remember to be respectful in the comments all the way across the board. All right?
54 years old. So, nothing but respect.
Yeah, I was talking to the comments just now. So you made the statement that I'm going to go back to get to the comment that you said, what are these politicians for? And then you said to take our money. And so when you say that, what are these politicians for? What do you believe the purpose of policy is? What do you believe the purpose of establishing policy in government is for?
Well, first and foremost, politicians are supposed to be for the people, right? It's supposed to be a thing about them helping us, you know, as the people, because since day one, right? Going back to our founding fathers, we inherited these lands, right? Before anything, because nobody is an immigrant in these lands, because this country, the U.S., was built by immigrants. We are all immigrants since day one. The only ones that generally had rights in this country were the Native Americans before the Europeans came in, before the wars, before they decided to take lands. You know, it became a game and a charades about money and power, right? Because during the revolution, when everything was was coming together, you know, the White House was burnt out once because of the policies and because people felt that we was being screwed over. And that's the way it's always been and still how it is to this day. Politics is nothing but entertainment, because really they're all the same. They all hang together, they all drink together. It's about who got money and who don't got money.
So
everybody, go ahead.
Yeah. So here's what I would say is that there are points that you make that I agree with. And then there are other points that you make that I don't, because they are very generalized, and generalizations don't do us any good. They're not helpful. So the first thing that I would do is back up. And what the first thing that I would say is that there's not a single person in this country that inherited this land that's not indigenous. Because it didn't belong to anybody else except indigenous people. So that would be the first thing I would say. I don't think that anybody inherited it. And when we say that this country was built by immigrants, I would say two things about that. I would say that the economy of this country was built on the backs of enslaved Africans. That is where the economic engine of this country came from, was the free labor of enslaved people from Africa, right? When we talk about the country being completely built by immigrants, then you can talk about entrepreneurship and small businesses and corporations and agriculture and all these different types of things, because everybody that's not indigenous to this country are immigrants, some willing immigrants and some not willing immigrants. And so I think it's important to make that distinction between the economic building of this country and then the establishment of this country's systems. So like our country's systems were absolutely created by immigrants. However, those systems were created by a particular group of immigrants for a particular group of immigrants and not for necessarily everybody else who was here as an immigrant. So it's important to make that distinction. The other piece of it, though, is when you say politics is entertainment, what I would say is I disagree. I believe that politics is policy and how it impacts the lives of people. What has become entertainment has been the media's portrayal and the public's engagement with politics from an entertainment basis. But politics in and of itself is not entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's actually daunting and sometimes very challenging work to do. But there's a difference between what politics is and what we as a society and our media portray it as. Does that make sense? You're breaking up. Sorry, you're breaking up or muffled.
Okay. But my feelings come through, you know, as far as my generation, as far as like what I've basically, I'm a retired first responder from 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
When I was on the field at Ground Zero for 3 months, I search and identify, right? Which I had bagged 127 body bags of body parts and all that. And my you know, I put my health in jeopardy because I took an oath, you know, as far as preserving life and so forth. My mother's a retired nurse. My father's a retired detective, both born in Brooklyn, Puerto Ricans. My sister's an attorney, Puerto Rican, born in Brooklyn. You know, we all come from you know, educational fields. You know, like my whole family, it's been all about, you know, just having a good life, being educated, and you know, living to get our best, right? Because that's what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, this is one thing that's confusing. Like as far as like the government states that as an American, being born in the U.S., if you wanted to leave the country, you still have to pay taxes. What gives them that right to take people's money that don't belong to them? Answer that question.
When you say politicians take money that don't belong to them, be specific. Provide an example of what you mean.
They all about money. They just all about taking people's money. Everything to them is about money and power. That's all they want. We are just a cash machine to them.
But the question
People are just a cash machine.
The question that I'm asking you specifically, though, is name for me how a politician is specifically taking your money for themselves. What, sis?
It's not for our money, our taxes. There wouldn't be no politician.
Okay, but politicians don't take your taxes.
They get paid for
so they aren't a salary. They earn a salary, right? They earn a salary, but earning a salary isn't the same as taking your money, because they earn a salary that people elected them to get paid for, right? And so when you say they're taking our money, in all actuality, I think that politicians take corporate money much more than they do regular people money. And it is that corporate money that oftentimes taints the job that those politicians do while they're in office, right?
Okay, so check this out. When you buy a piece of property, right? Let's say you buy a $600,000 house, right? And you pay for it tax. You have to pay taxes on it every single year. Because if you don't pay taxes,
I have to be a laundry room with him because I don't want Tanya to be lost by himself.
Okay, good job.
Laundry room.
Okay, thank you, sis. Go ahead. Sorry.
You paid $600,000 for a house. You don't pay $3,000-$4,000 of taxes that they claim from you, right? Even though you purchased the house, you own the house. They have the right to take your house, $600,000 house, for that, for whatever monies they say you owe them on taxes. Who made them the boss?
But
Who made them the boss?
so first, okay, so we're talking about a couple of different things. So first, the politician isn't the person taking your house, right?
The government's the politicians.
No, the government is not the politicians. They are two separate things. The government, if the government is seizing your home, that is actually the administration, which is not the same thing as your elected politicians. They are not the same thing. That's number one. Number two, when you say who put them in charge, my answer to you is the people. Right. That's the answer. And so hold on. And if you have an issue with tax law, right, then what is in the best interest to do is, number one, see, is the issue that you have with tax law a local issue, a state issue, a federal issue, and then see what that statute looks like on all of those levels to determine what that looks like. So here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you give a very specific issue, and then applying that specific issue to an entire group of people in a very generic manner, which isn't helpful, right? So, so when we talk about politicians, so number one, I don't know what it is in Brooklyn, but what I can tell you is in different states in the South, and I've lived all throughout the South, there are state representatives who get paid to be a state senator or a state legislator, and all they're paid is $11,000 a year. When you have someone who is sitting in your state legislature, right, and they're only being paid $11,000, $15,000 for half of the year, and it's actually a full year job to do that work, you open the door for corruption because they're not paid a livable wage to do the job that they need to do, right? So that's one of the issues. Let me ask you this. How familiar are you with Citizens United?
What do you mean by Citizens United? Like,
okay.
As far as people coming together?
No, Okay, so check this out, Reaper. Citizens United is an actual court case that changed the face of politics back in 2010. Okay. Right. Okay, so can you share with me what you know about Citizens United?
Me, politics is a headache. There's some things that I don't follow, and there's some things that I feel that are important that I know in.
Okay,
but,
so let me offer this to you.
Elaborate.
Okay, so Citizens United is one of the most. Number one, Citizens United is what allowed the creation of super PACs. Citizens United is what allowed pretty much the unchecked corporate money that we have in politics today. When that court case was passed, basically what the Supreme Court said was that corporations are people and they have the same rights as people to use their freedom of speech, and corporations can now use their money in elections as their free speech. So, for example, in Zoran Mamdani's last election, DoorDash spent $1 million running ads against Zoran Mamdani. And the reason why that's important is because campaigns, right, are limited. There are campaign finance laws that determines how much a candidate and their campaign can get, how much they can spend, how much they can do in ads. Like, there's all kinds of campaign finance laws. But when a corporation isn't part of that campaign, and there's a court case that said that's their free speech, and they can spend however much money they want against another political candidate, it allows an unfair system where corporations who want tax breaks or incentives, or they want whatever, right, to invest a ton of money against a candidate because that candidate's policies are more for the average person and not corporations, right? And so one of the biggest things that we should be doing is getting Citizens United overturned and getting the dark money out of politics. So I hear your frustration about politics. What I would offer you is that we have to start breaking things down and separating them so that we can truly identify what the issues are. Because the reality is this, Reaper, the system that we have in terms of government, we have an executive branch, we have a legislative branch, and we have a judicial branch. And that's not going anywhere. It was created by the Constitution, right? And so because we know that, the worst thing that we could do is withdraw ourselves from politics and allow the corporations who have the time, the money, and the expertise to play the game for us, because then the game is only working on their behalf, not for the people. And so, am I making sense?
Yeah, you're making sense. But what everybody needs to do is everybody needs to form their own corporations. Everybody needs to be focusing on their money, and everybody has to stop and put these politicians on check, because at the end of the day, they all stick together. They all stick together. They all
forming a corporation doesn't mean that you can do anything different. You could be a corporation today, and that doesn't mean shit, because you're not a corporation with the same money that DoorDash has, that Microsoft has, that anybody else has. Forming a corporation isn't how we shift and shape the landscape of politics. That doesn't change it. And in my opinion, and as someone who is very heavily and interested in and involved in politics and what it means, right? What would behoove us for everyone to do is become better accurately informed as to what the real issues are within the political system on a local, state, and federal level, so that people understand exactly how each level of government impacts their day-to-day lives. I'll give you an example. So back in 2022, I get my grandbabies all the time. That's one of my grandbabies you hear back behind me. And in 2022, I was going to do some work for Stacey Abrams' campaign. She was running to be the governor of Georgia at the time against Brian Kemp. So I said to my grandson, who was 8 at the time, I said, listen, baby, Tutu, this was in August, and I said, Tutu isn't going to be able to get you as much for the next few months because I'm doing work to help the next governor of Georgia. And my 8-year-old grandson said to me, what's a governor? And so I was thinking, like, what is the best way I can explain to him what a governor is? And I said, well, you know how you've got the president, and the president is the head of all 50 states in our entire country. So whether you live in New York, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, wherever you live, the president is in charge of all the states. And he said, yeah. And I said, okay, so a governor is the president of one state, right? And he goes, oh, it completely made sense to him when I was able to articulate to him that your governor is literally like the president of your state. And so then when he would explain it to his friends, he would say, yeah, my tutu's helping the next president of Georgia. That's the way that he would phrase it. There are so many adults that I know that don't understand the impact of their governor's races. I've seen election data where, like, for example, in 2022, in the state of Tennessee, it was like less than 30% of the entire population, of the voting population, voted in the midterms, right? When you think about that, for the president of your state, less than 1 in 3 people that are registered to vote are actually voting. That's a problem. But it's because people don't understand what role people play and what policies those people impact in your day-to-day life. Your day-to-day life is more likely to be impacted by your governor and your state legislation than your federal legislation. Yeah, but a lot of people don't understand that. And so I think it's really, I know some really great people that are politicians. So for example, I think Stacey Abrams is an incredible human being. And I think she's smart as a fucking tack. I think her integrity is through the roof. I think I wish with every fiber of my being that she had become the governor of Georgia, right? I think that Katie Porter is a fantastic, quote unquote, politician. And so I think it's important that when we use language, it can't be all encompassing to put everybody in the same bucket. Like, okay, I know people that have had really horrible experiences in the healthcare system, right? It would be really bad for me to say, well, all first responders, are biased in how they treat their victims, or all first responders are only interested in A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. Like it's just not wise for us to do. It doesn't help us.
It does not help. That's why, as a first responder, 9/11, of course, I got sick. Right, 3 of my friends, they passed due to the situation. And I retired 2019, and I got bored sitting at home, so I went back, got certified as a nurse, and still currently working as a nurse just for the hell of it, because I love the field, and because I like to keep myself active.
But follow me. Sorry. The point that I'm making though is, you wouldn't want me to generalize about all first responders or all nurses. And we have to be sure to not do that same thing with politicians. I've got family in Brooklyn. I've been to the memorial to visit. My daughter lives in Brooklyn right now. And so, I know people, and I'm friends with people that lost people, and definitely sorry that was your experience. The reason why I'm saying that and sharing it with you is so that we understand the same way we don't want to generalize about first responders or nurses is the same way we don't want to generalize about politicians. Because when we generalize, when we say, oh, the whole system's corrupt. Well, if you and I are being honest, the entire fucking healthcare system's corrupt, is it not? Healthcare is corrupt.
What it is, what can we do? Because at the end of the day, it's a war fighting to do good, and it's a war, trying to prevent the bad that happens. That's generally what it's all about. Like
right,
I said,
but my thing is,
it's all about money.
I don't want
it's
people.
About who got money and who don't.
But it's not. It's not about that, because here's the thing. It's not about who's got money and who don't. It's really not. It's about who knows. It's about who knows the power that they have and who's willing to use it. And here's what so here's what I mean. So check this out. If we go into spaces, I'm gonna give you two examples. So just follow my line of thinking. I am someone that has been heavily involved in healthcare advocacy. If I went around telling everyone the entire healthcare system is corrupt, the entire healthcare system is only about money. The entire healthcare system, they're not there to really care about people. They only care about the administration and the amount of money that they can make, and da 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 da. And hospitals aren't interested in taking care of you and making you better. After a while, follow me. After a while, there are people that would hear that, especially people that maybe had a bad experience with a hospital, right? That would all of a sudden be like, fuck it, I'm just not going to the hospital. And then those people miss an opportunity to get treatment when they need it. Maybe they don't get diagnosed until something is really horrible and awful. Maybe they don't go, you follow me? It's the same thing if we walk around doing that verbiage when it comes to politics. If I walk around saying all politicians are corrupt and the whole system is whatever, and there's no use in voting because the system is broken, then all it does is it makes people disengage. And what we need now more than ever is more people engaged in politics than leaving it. Because the bottom line is the system is going to keep moving, whether you participate or not. But what I can promise you is if people stop participating, the corporations are still going to participate. The NRA is still going to participate. DoorDash is still going to participate. And it's going to be the people who are hurt by their lack of participation. So we have to stop saying words that discourage people from getting involved in the conversations and in the process. We got to stop doing that. We got to stop saying, oh, well, they're all horrible.
So one question.
Sure.
If if you know there's something that's committing harm,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's causing harm.
Yeah.
To let's just say something's causing harm to people.
Yeah.
If you starve that thing, is it gonna survive?
If you starve that thing, is it going to survive?
Right.
Well, here's what I will
say.
I hear you.
People, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
If you starve that thing, is it going to survive?
If it's being fed by someone else, yes. And here's what I'm telling you: if people can't starve politics, corporations will feed it. You can't starve the political system by not participating because someone else is feeding it.
How do the corporations get their money?
What do you mean? It depends upon the corporation.
Right, it's the people. If for example, Louis Vuitton, right? Louis Vuitton is a big corporation, they're billionaires, right? If people just start buying their products, are they going to survive?
Who buys Louis Vuitton? Because I promise you, it ain't poor people.
People in general.
No,
no matter if it's
there's a particular group of people that buy Louis Vuitton.
Exactly. So if those people, whoever it is, if those people do not buy the product, is Louis Vuitton going to survive?
So again, here's what I'm saying to you, though. Here's what I'm saying to you. Give me a second. To the office. Okay. The people that are sitting around buying Cartier and Louis Vuitton, those people are participating in politics because that's rich people. Okay.
Right.
This is the point that I'm making is that you cannot win the game you're not playing. So follow me. If you are not on the court playing the game, you can't win. So if all you do is sit on the sidelines or watch the game and complain about who's playing it and how they're winning and how much they're being paid, what good is that? You can't win shit because you're not even playing. And what's crazy is there are a ton of people sitting in the stands, watching the game, criticizing, coaching from the damn sidelines, but aren't willing to put in the work and effort and the training that it takes to be on the court. That's the thing that irritates my soul. People want to talk about how bad politics are, but you're not participating in the politics. You can't win the game you aren't playing.
But you see, they're right with a game, for example. You go to a Yankees game and tickets are like $300-$400. Poor people can't afford them, but the rich people
I'm not
can't
talking
afford
about a
them.
literal game. We're talking about the game of politics.
I'm
You
talking
cannot,
exactly.
right? But
Exactly.
so Reaper, listen to me. It doesn't cost you money to go vote.
Nah, I don't vote. I'm sorry.
Okay, and so that's the thing that gets me. You want to talk about you don't vote, but then complain about policies.
Well,
You can't.
I got
You literally.
I got, and they're American.
What does that
I
mean?
fight for my kids. I fight for what's right for them.
But you're not doing shit to protect those kids, because the laws that are being put on the books, you're not even participating in. So let me just, I'm gonna share with you my favorite quote of all times. People have heard me talk about this a lot, but I want you to just follow me. So, because you and I are the same generation, we're only a couple of years apart. So give me a second. No, he's Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican is American, Mister. Give me a second.
Puerto Ricans are all Americans.
That's what I just said. Somebody in the comments was asking if you don't vote because you're not American. I was like, no, he's Puerto Rican. Puerto Ricans are Americans.
They're not educated. They
But
don't know history.
so let me just say this though. So listen. You are complaining. You are telling me I don't vote. And yet you're telling me that politicians are all bad. But you're not even working to put decent politicians in office to do the damn job. You're just sitting in hold on and no, they're fucking not. Hold on. So listen, you are literally sitting in the stands complaining about how everybody that's in the arena, that's on the court doing the job. You want to get mad because you're losing the game. You want to get mad because tickets are so expensive, but you're not even playing the game. So listen, this is my favorite quote ever, because a lot of people, when I say healthcare advocacy, I've been in it for a really, really, really long time. And there are people that are like, oh, you should do it like this. You should say it like this. And my thing is, if you are not attempting to do the work, don't open your mouth to criticize the work that I do. Okay. And so let me read it to you real quick. It's my favorite. It is not the critic who counts. It's not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man or woman who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, who strives valiantly, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. The reason why this is my favorite, it's Teddy Roosevelt. The reason why this is my favorite quote is because what I can say, what I can look my children, my daughters, and my grandchildren in the face and say is, if there is a shitty policy or a shitty person in office, it's damn sure not because I didn't do my best to elect someone else. Anybody that's criticizing politics and isn't fucking playing the game, anybody criticizing politics who's not even bothering to fucking vote, I don't even want to hear those people. Like for me, people who aren't voting are a bigger part of the problem than the people who voted for Trump. And the reason why is because only 77 million people voted for Donald Trump in 2024. 75.5 million voted for Kamala Harris. And almost 90 million people, Reaper, were just like you and they set the fuck home. And because of those people, we now have people about to lose their health care. We now have people about to lose their SNAP benefits because of those people who did not bother to fucking vote, even if they didn't like their options, even if they were frustrated with the system. For those people who couldn't bring themselves to go cast a ballot, right? We now are sitting in a situation where we are committing war crimes. We've got brown people being round up all around this country, being fucking deported, some of them citizens, being sent to terrorism camps. Huh? You're muffled again. You're muffled.
Yeah, it's my reception. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. These so-called immigrants, right? So-called immigrants. They being rounded up. They're being put in cages. They're being treated like animals when they're human beings. You know, I understand.
No, you don't. You set the fucking home knowing that they were going to do that.
Drugs and all this and all that. Well, you know what? I used to kill myself voting, but it never made a difference. Never made a difference because no matter what, at the end of the day, the politicians did whatever they wanted.
But you know what? But that's not true. When you start, so let me tell you something. Reaper, follow me. Reaper, you got to listen for a second. Reaper, listen. So I'm biracial, okay? And maybe that's why I view things a little bit differently. We don't have the luxury of saying, oh, we broke our neck to votes and now we just aren't going to do it anymore. Because what we know, what we know is that it is our children that are the first to be hurt. It is Black and brown people that are the first to be hurt because of bad policy in this country, period. And I don't have the luxury of getting tired and saying, fuck it, I broke my neck. Do you want to know? So you're in Brooklyn. You'll appreciate this. My one daughter, who is 30, right after the Dobbs decision was overturned. And as a nurse, you can appreciate this. So my daughter was, thank God, in New York City when she discovered that she had an ectopic pregnancy. And because she was in New York City and not at my house in the South where I live, her doctor was able to send her across the street to the emergency room. And guess what they did? They took care of my kid, like immediately, no questions asked. Now, do you want to know what happened down here where I live? My other daughter had a friend who was 28 who also had an ectopic pregnancy. That daughter had to call me and say, Mom, I don't know what to do. She just got to my house. She's walking on all fours. She's cramping so bad. She can't lay down, which when you can't lay down with an ectopic pregnancy, that tells me that shit's close to rupturing, right? So I said, let me take the kids somewhere else. I'm coming to get you guys. I pick them up. I take them to a different state, to another hospital where I know people, and they do an ultrasound. And sure enough, she's close to rupturing. Sure enough, she's got an ectopic pregnancy. Sure enough, she's about to damn die if they don't do an emergency procedure that she could not get in the state that I live in. So when you say to me, I used to break my neck voting, but it never did any good, explain that to her, because she now no longer has her fallopian tubes. She now, and the other one was also damaged. So when they went in, they discovered they had to take them both. So her only hope of children at 28 years old, someone who wants babies, is IVF. And you're a nurse. Sometimes we don't vote because we win. Sometimes we vote so that other people don't lose. Sometimes we vote so that we don't lose any more than what we've already lost. It's like choosing to vote, choosing to be involved in the system isn't about whether you get to win for you all the time.
It's not about winning for me. It's about what's right. What's
But so is it right that Black and brown people are being rounded up? I know that you know it's not. I know that you know it's not. There's no way in hell you're a first responder and now a nurse and you don't give a shit about people. There's no way. No, that's my point. That's my point. Other people would say that about you. This is my point. My point is there would be people that would say, oh, you didn't vote. You don't give a fuck about people. I know better. I believe that you do. What I believe is that you've been frustrated because it's a system that hasn't worked for you. And what I'm saying is I hear you and I hear you. But it has worked for some people. It has worked for some people. And I'll tell you this, it worked in North Carolina when in the summer of 2025, the president of the United States said, we're not going to give funding to North Carolina schools. And the damn attorney general said, the fuck you ain't, and took them to court. And guess what? It worked for them. That elected politician, the attorney general of North Carolina, who took the government, who took the administration to court, got the funds released for those students. It worked for them. It worked for them. Don't tell me it never works, because if it never worked, my parents would have never been allowed to get married. If it never worked, I still would not be able to buy a home or get a credit card in my own name. If it never worked, I would still not be considered a whole ass human being person. Of course it works. It doesn't work all the time. And it works even less when people don't participate. But fuck yes, it works. And the only way that we make it work more is if we get involved in it.
I understand what you're saying. People, when people want to get involved, all the power to them, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, I do take care of myself. I take care of my grandkids. My kids are taken care of, and they don't need me because they have their salaries. They all have professions. They all own properties. And everybody's good. But at the end of the day, I did what I had to do, and in my 28 years in the medical field, on my medical career, I did what I had to do. I sacrificed. I shared blood. I preserved the life. I helped thousands of people. And at the end of the day, when I was on my deathbed in the hospital due to 9/11, I had the best insurance. I had a $350,000 life insurance policy. No matter what I put in, no matter how much money I had, at the end of the day, if I couldn't afford anything at the hospital, I was chewed up and spit out. No matter who you contacted, no matter who you wrote to, no matter what politicians you reached out to or whatever, nobody gave a damn. Nobody cared, right?
So what I hear,
I'm alive to this day.
So what I hear,
not because of no politician.
Reaper. So here's what I hear you saying to me. What I hear you saying to me is, as long as your family is good, you don't really give a shit about everybody else. And because at the time that you needed something, it wasn't there for you, you're just done, and it doesn't matter what happens to everybody else.
People have to get smart. People have to protect their own money. People have to.
There's no such thing. You do understand. You do understand. There's no fucking such thing. You tickle me saying that when you say protect your own money. You do understand money is nothing but a fucking made up form of currency. The minute this government decides that there's a different type of money, it don't fucking matter what you do. I don't care. You think you own land? You ever heard of eminent domain? Do you know what eminent domain is? What is it? What is eminent domain?
But listen, this is what I did.
But no, but wait. Answer my question. What is eminent domain?
Let me explain something to you. Maybe it'll help the other people. Maybe it'll help the people.
No, but wait, before we go there, what is eminent domain?
People that need to know. Maybe I need to know. Go ahead. Explain what is eminent domain.
Eminent domain is when the government determines that if they need your property and hold on a second, let me fucking finish. Listen, eminent domain says if the government determines there's a justifiable reason that it is for the betterment of the city, of the state, of the government to take that property, they can take it. And depending upon how your state's laws are written, some of them are written like this. They can say, you know what, we need your property. And here's what we're willing to give you for it. You can deny it one time. They can come back, offer you something different. If you deny it again and refuse to acceptance, they can fucking take your property anyway. Even if you don't give it to them. That is eminent domain. So when you say to me, so listen, but I need you to hear what you're saying. You're saying that's why people need to own property. You think owning property, it means you're safe. You're not. You think your kids having a career for a corporation makes them safe? It doesn't. They can legislate the fucking hell out of whatever your kids have. They can do whatever. That doesn't equal, and it's the most selfish viewpoint. It's crazy to me that that's what you think is what makes people safe. Never, ever, ever has a society existed successfully when people only worry about themselves as individuals and not a collective. The most powerful movements that have ever happened throughout history at any point in time is when the collective come together and move together as one. That's the only time. So when I hear you say we need to worry about ourselves and this and that, and
people gotta come together, right? But at the end of the day, nobody does.
That's not true. I know a lot of fucking people that come together. I know a lot of people.
If there's a group bigger than another group, the small group gives up and goes with the.
That's not true. That might be your experience, but that's not true. I know well, that might be your experience, but that's not true. That's not true. I know people where that's just simply not true. If that's your experience, I would tell you, get a different group of people to be around. Because it's simply not true. What you are saying is not true. And if I want to do this and put this on the side, if I want to just put my little coaching hat on right now, right? Here's what I would say if I were looking at you from a coaching perspective. The place that I hear you operating from is actually not selfishness, and it's actually not anger. I hear you operating from a place of pain and disappointment. That's all I hear. I hear nothing but pain and disappointment because you made sacrifices for people, and when you needed people to be there for you, they weren't, and you are devastated at that and at the cost. And that's all I hear. I hear hurt. That's what I hear. I hear hurt. I hear disappointment. That's what I hear coming from you. That's it.
I learned that basically the government does nothing but screw us over.
1 second. Yeah. Say what?
When I got smart and figured out that the government does nothing but screw us over, you know, I just did what I had to do.
1 second.
I set my kids up. I set myself up. Like when I sued the state of New York for 9/11 and got $600 grand. They had fun taking whatever the hell they wanted. I let them. But you know what I did? I opened up a private trust. I opened up my private corporation, right? I made my kids my beneficiary. And I set all my stuff up. And what I did was before the government could have some more fun with me, I took my money and I left this damn country. I'm in New York right now, temporarily, because I'm just here to handle my business and get the hell out of here. But you see, what I did was you say that the property don't mean anything because the government can seize your property or whatever. Listen, I own 4 houses in Thailand. I own a restaurant, and I'm in the process of building a whole community, right? A living community. Which that's my general project right now. My restaurant is making good money or whatever. I'm tired, I'm good. You see all that.
So,
for instance, I bought all my properties, right? I pay taxes on my property when I purchased the property. After that, I don't pay a dime more ever again in my life. I could die 10 times and my property will still be there because.
And the thing about it is, and here's the thing, Reaper, what does that have to do? What does that have to do with everyone else? What does that have to do with everyone else? All I hear you talking about is you.
People have to be smart.
No, all I hear you talking about is you. The only reason you could even do the shit you did. No, listen, Reaper, you didn't get smart. Reaper, stop. You didn't get smart. You got lucky. You got lucky because you had a court case that you could take against the state of New York. Without that court case, without that 600 grand, you'd be just as fucked as everybody else.
Before that, I still have my trust.
And again, but
before that, I left to Thailand. What are you talking about? Before I got my settlement, I bought property in Thailand. So what are you talking about?
Again, but this is the point. Yeah, Boxer Mom. And then he said he's back for a minute. I know. I don't know what has happened. Listen, this is my point. Reaper. I'm a big believer that people have to choose. I'm a big believer that people have to choose who they desire to be in this life and how they want to show up. I just believe that with every fiber of my being. You are talking about you and no one else. And what's crazy to me, yes, Mila.
These are my favorite tips.
I know they're your favorite ones. That's why I got them for you. What's wild to me is I literally explained to you from a nursing perspective about how your lack of vote has, and other people that think like you, their lack of participation in voting has impacted the lives of other people, and you still aren't getting it.
Respect, right? Because I know it's none of my business.
Oh, hold on. Let me do this. Hold on, y'all. I have to force quit some things really quickly. Give me 1 second. Let me take care, because I have so many things open. It's screaming at me to shut some shit down. So 1 second. Okay, so. Okay. Y'all, is that better? Everybody's good now. Can you hear me better? Is the lag gone?
Just a little clip every now and then, but not that.
Yeah, it's better. Okay, so
So like I was saying, with all due respect, because I know it's none of my business. Who did as far as your presidency, who did you vote for?
I mean, what do you mean? Who did I voted for Kamala Harris in 2024.
I voted for Kamala too.
You said you don't vote.
Like I said, I'm not voting ever again, but I voted for Kamala. Out of respect, because I thought that she was a very educated woman, because she was professional enough and she's on her business. But at the end of the day, really, we think about it, it's like, okay, it's really going to happen. It's a gamble, right? It's nothing but a gamble, because we don't know the people. We don't live with them. We wasn't born with them. We wasn't raised with them. So we hope. We could do nothing but hope that that person does the right thing. But are we sure that that person's going to do the right thing? No. People voted for Trump. Were they 100% sure that he was going to do the right thing? No. Some people voted for Trump because they're just plain racist and they want, a white male, because even having a female in the presidency is a bad thing to most people. Because, my mother, she raised 5 of us by herself before, my father and my mother on and off, whatever, everybody got their problems. But my mother did her best and handled her business raising all 5 of us by herself. My mother did her thing. I respect that as a woman, and a woman to me is the most powerful being in the world because they create life. A man can't create life. All we do is donate sperm. But the woman is the vessel, right? The woman is the how you call it? The woman is the universe. She creates life. That makes the woman, to me, in my perspective, the strongest being in the world aside from God. There is no difference between a man and a woman, but ignorant people, uneducated people feel that there's, that a man is, stronger than a woman, or a woman. Listen, there's a man that could lift 200 pounds in a gym, and I seen women lift 200 pounds in a gym. So what? There's women that are smart and there's women that are dumb. There's men that are smart and there's men that are dumb. It shouldn't make a difference whether it's a man or a woman. In my eyes, with my research, I felt Pamela was a good candidate. She was smart and she possibly was going to make a difference. But at the end of the day, no matter what, to protect herself, she's still going to tap glass with these people. They're still going to laugh on the sidelines, but we're not watching behind closed doors. We don't know what happened in politics behind closed doors. We're just the cash machine for them. We're just the ones to vote and put them in office and let them do whatever the hell they want to do at the end of the day. But we're the ones they have to pay. Even no matter how many houses we buy here in the United States, we never own them. We never own not even one. You own a car, you bought a car in cash, you're never gonna own that car. The United States, like as far as laws, if they feel like it, they can even take your kids, and you can't say nothing about it. They can make you an enemy. They can make you enemy of the state. They can do whatever the hell they want to do at the end of the day.
Okay, so Reaper, here's the thing. The things that you are saying is true about any country and any government at any place in time. Period. So my point is that it's not relevant. It's just not, it's not relevant. The bottom line is, I just want to back up a couple of spaces. Some of the issues that I have with this exchange is that the way that you came onto the panel and represented things as saying, I don't vote, is very different than saying, I've decided I'm not voting anymore. Like, that's a difference, right? And that's why I think people are having a difficult time following along with your train of thought and your perspectives and opinions, is because some of the things that you say are contradictory. Hey girls, can you turn the TV down for me? And so this is what I would say, is that if you believe that women are the universe and they are amazing and they are to be protected and they are whatever, then you would never be able to fix your mouth and say, I'm never voting again, because you would understand that women are very much in danger of having their rights continue to be taken away from them, limited, and restricted in this country. So I think, hold on. I gotta finish. Okay. So like, if that's the thing that you believe, then to me, that's just, that's a no brainer. You know what I mean? No, y'all, he's in Brooklyn. He said it before. The other thing that I would say is that just literally in the conversation that you just had about Kamala Harris, where you said, we don't know, we just elect people, we put them in office, but we don't know what they're going to do. And then you turn around and out of the other side of your neck, you said, but behind closed doors, they clink glasses together and they do this together and they do that together. Listen, you can't say out of one side of your neck, we don't know what they do. And then out the other side of your neck, claim to know what they do. And let me just say this. I actually give 0 fucks if members of Congress are friends outside of Congress. I don't care. What I care about is what are they legislating? What I care about is what is my representative's position on policy that impacts the people, right? Because it's just that's it. I don't care who clinks a damn glass or who goes on. I literally don't care. What I care about is your position on policy and what you are legislating or not legislating. That is what I care about. And so for me, I don't sit around wondering if politicians are friends outside of politics. I literally don't. To me, it's a waste of my energy. It's a waste of my focus because the things that are important. So like, I know that a very conservative estimate is that 50,000 Americans are going to die every single year because of the loss of their health care from the ACA marketplace.
You think that, as far as like politics go, you would think the politicians would say, you know what, these are people, we here to do the job and straighten things out and make things better for living kind, for people in general. Let's, just take care of this business and if this country is so great, let's keep it great and let's make it greater. But it became nothing but, like I said, it became entertainment. It became about who wants to be famous.
It's not. I can promise you, I'm not entertained. I'm not entertained.
It's about money. But people, they get smart. They handle their business.
Do you want to know the thing that I think is frustrating is after you've been on this panel for about 45 minutes to an hour, at this stage of the conversation, you are regurgitating the very same talking points you had when you first came up. Which for me, what that says is that the conversation that we're having, you're not actually even opening to hearing. You're not opening to considering anything different. You literally have come 360 back to the same place to say the very same things that you said when you first got up here, even though there were points in this conversation when you said, yeah, I get that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're this. Yeah, you're that. And so for me, this is where I have to say, are you interested in an actual productive conversation about the realities of non-participation in politics? Or do you simply just want me to say, yeah, you're right. Fuck everybody else. And as long as you do what you think is best for you and yours, then it doesn't matter what happens to the rest of the country.
To each his own. We got free will, right? We do, each individual does whatever the hell they want to do. They set their lives and their goals however they want it. They do whatever the hell.
Right. And so this is my thing. So what are your goals? Are you interested in anyone else outside of you and your immediate family? And that's just a yes or no question.
I'm interested in anybody outside of my immediate. I give people advice if they want it.
Nope, I'm not talking about advice. Wait, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, are you concerned? Are you interested in the well-being of people outside of you and your immediate family? That's the question.
Of course, everybody is the same. Everybody's a human being just like me. Everybody suffers no matter who they are, no matter what race, no matter what.
Okay,
at the end of the day, everybody wishes that they had the power to fix everybody's life. I'm one of those people. But unfortunately, I don't, because I'm not God. And I'm not a magician. But when I care for people, for dying people, right? Because I'm a hospice unit. And my job is to help people die comfortably that have no choice but to die. I see people die every single day. And every day it hurts me. I build relationship with those people. And at the end of the day, those people thank me for being there with them, because the majority has no one. Even people that are dying alone have no families, no friends, no one. I go there to make their life better. That's what I focus on. I focus on the well-being of every human being in this freaking world. No, whether
So,
you're a human being
Reaper,
or
can I
an
ask you a
animal, no matter
question?
what. A
Reaper,
living thing. I
Reaper,
care for everybody, but
in this
at the end of the day, people gotta love.
okay, Reaper, can I ask you a question? Can
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
share with me the things that you've learned about me in this conversation? What do you know about me from this conversation?
You,
What do you
I
know
guess I
about
can
me?
say, well, personally, I don't know anything about you because I don't know you from a hole in the wall.
Right, now
I just met
stop.
you on this
Right,
line.
so stop. So follow me. I don't know you from a hole in the wall. Here's what I know about Reaper. I know that Reaper was a first responder during 9/11. I know that Reaper had 3 friends that died during 9/11. I know that Reaper got sick after 9/11. I know that Reaper had issues while in the hospital and didn't get the help that Reaper needed while Reaper was in the hospital. I know that Reaper was able to sue the city or the state of New York and get $600,000. I know that Reaper owns several different properties and owns things in Thailand. I know that Reaper is Puerto Rican. I know that Reaper has children and grandchildren. I know that Reaper is currently back in the Bronx, but left the country. I know that Reaper put his stuff in a trust. And so the point that I'm making is that in this conversation, you don't know anything about me as an individual person, because my conversation hasn't been about me. My conversation has been about the country and community and people and my verbiage, my conversation has been about that. Your conversation has been predominantly about you. And for me, that's indicative of your position on politics. Right? That's the difference. What I know for sure about politics and the way things are in politics in this country is that the group of people that are only viewing life through the lens of themselves, their family, their loved ones, their accomplishments, their whatever, those are the people that are sitting the fuck at home, not voting at all, because they've been able to, for whatever reason and whatever means, do what they need to do for them and theirs. Meanwhile, there are millions of other people who don't have those same opportunities, that because of the lack of participation of those other people are now suffering and will die. Like, it's just a fucking fact that around 50,000, and that's a conservative estimate, Americans are going to begin to die every single year. It's just a fucking fact because of what's happening in Congress and what's happening everywhere else. What?
Sad that it have to be that way.
No, it didn't have to be that way. That's the part that's sad. What's sad is it didn't have to be that way. Right. So right now, as a nurse, all the people that you see coming into hospitals with measles and with COVID and with illnesses that could be prevented, illnesses in which we have vaccinations for. It's sad that because 90 million people sat the fuck at home, we now have RFK Jr. running the Department of Health and Human Services promoting conspiracy theories about vaccinations and whether it's the flu, whether it's the measles, whether it's polio, whatever the fuck it is, whether it's Hep B, whether it's Hep B. Like, I think about the number of babies that are going to be absolutely devastated, and they will suffer from their moms no longer getting Hep B vaccinations. It's fucking wild to me. It's wild to me. But sure, sit back and say, I did what I needed to do. Once I got smart, I'm good. For me, the way that I feel about that is, and please hear me the way that I say that. For me, if that is truly the way that you feel, and that is truly the focus, go ahead and go back to Thailand, because you are part of the problem in the country.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's not the point, though.
Yeah.
Okay, look, for instance, Trump was put in the White House, right? He was made president, yada, yada, whatever. Do you believe, because you follow, I'm asking you, because I feel that you really follow politics, right? Your thing is politics. So do you believe that Trump made it into the White House legally through the people's votes? Do you believe that Trump beat Kamala Harris with the people's votes? Do you believe that?
What I believe is that isn't even fucking relevant. Because
it's not relevant?
No, it's not. And I'm going to tell you why it's not goddamn relevant. I'm going to tell you. Here's why it's not relevant. I believe that he is the president today. That's what I believe. And what I believe is that however he got there, it would have been much more difficult for him to get there if the 90 million people who feel like you feel had actually fucking voted. That's what I feel. And I feel like I am not sitting around worrying about what did or didn't happen. Do you want to know why? Because whether he won or whether he cheated, I can't fucking change that. And I'm more concerned. I am concerned about what's happening right now.
Right, that's politics.
No, that's not politics, dear God. It's not. No, it's not.
Trump came from the White House. Let's just suppose, right, that it was fixed.
No, you can't say that. You will get my Reaper. You can't do that. You cannot do that. If you make those accusations and you talk about it, you will get my live taken down. You can't do that. Because here's what we know. There is no legitimate factual evidence that is something that occurred. You can't.
Okay, so that's evidence. Trump won legally. That's evidence. Okay, all right. So basically, it's the people's fault. They voted for whoever they wanted.
No. So let me just be clear. I don't know, Reaper. What did I tell you? How many people did I tell you voted for Donald Trump?
I understand the number of the people that you say that voted for Donald Trump.
No, it's not the number that I say. It's the number that did. It's not the number that I say. It's the number that did.
9 million, 9 billion, whatever the case may be.
77 million people voted for him. But the problem is not who voted for Trump. The problem is the people not voting. That's the problem. That's the problem.
People not voting.
That's it. People not voting. That's the fucking problem. That's the problem. People not voting.
So if you want to go there, so let's just say that 20 people voted for a president that was somewhat no good. I can't say that he's no good, but let's just say that that president was no good. 20 people voted for that president, and 30 people voted for another president that thought was no good. The president that got 20 votes got voted in just because they wanted him.
Except that that's not how the election worked. That's not how it works.
So,
that's not how it works. That's legitimately not how it works.
Because the higher might are the ones that decide. they get they get the vote, no matter who, how many people voted for who. Because when I was looking at the polls, I seen that basically Kamala, right? She did
Yeah,
get
so
more
her
votes
name,
than
so her name is Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Kamala Harris. Yep, like a comma, like when you're writing, like a comma, and then la.
Harris. I don't, like I said, I don't really follow politics, so names don't really matter. But
they do. You do want to know how we know that names matter, Reaper? Reaper, names matter. You don't walk around your neighborhood in Brooklyn and let people call you out your name.
That's what they wanted.
You don't walk.
They wanted Trump in the bottom line.
No, that's not the bottom line. And the fact that you think that is a perfect demonstration. Do you know what's so wild to me? Listen at what you're saying to me. You literally in this conversation have said to me, well, so it feels like you follow politics, politics. And you have told me you don't follow politics, you don't know politics. And yet you are trying to tell me what the fuck happened with politics.
I watched.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you assumed based on what you think with no factual fucking information and no actual knowledge of the process.
Fun stuff that I figured I want to know something. I Google it, I research it. Whatever.
So you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. So Reaper, here's what I'm gonna do. So tonight I'm gonna Google like what it means to be a hospice nurse, and I'm gonna Google it like for like the next week, and then I'm gonna come to your job and I'm gonna be your hospice nurse because I know how to pick up on things. I know how to be a hospice nurse. I can understand how to do that. I can just Google it and pick up on it. That's how silly you sound right now. That's literally how silly you sound, believing that you can just randomly Google something and have an understanding of an incredibly complex system that operates on many different levels of government, that has a ton of different laws that govern it, and think that you can tell somebody who literally lives in that world day in and day out that you know better than me.
Nobody said that either I know or you know better than me.
You did. You just told me what happened, and I just told you, no, that's not how it works. And you just said to me, that's what happened. You literally just said, that's what happened. And I said, no, it's not.
You got your life. You live your life however you want. I live my life however I want.
Live it, but that doesn't mean that the way you live your life is factually accurate when you make assertions as to what happened in the election. That doesn't make no, to each his own. Listen, if you want to eat salami, to each his own. When you want to talk about the facts of an election, no, not to each his own. Because there's no such thing as alternative facts.
I believe politics is full of shit. Politics is full of, it's a scam. That's what I believe.
Okay.
That's what I learned. Politics is.
Well, guess what? It was politics. It was politics that allowed you. It was politics that allowed you to sue the state of New York and get $600,000. It was politics that allowed you to do that. You know that, right?
Want to follow to each his own.
But no, you just said politics was full of shit. But it's literally politics that enabled you to have your lawsuit.
No, I fought it.
No, it's the law. Without politics, there's no fucking law for you to even file a court case.
They could give me what I deserve.
No, they don't, unless there's a law that is created by politicians that work in your favor. No, you don't. There's nothing to fight if there's no law. And the people that create the laws are the politicians, right? So when you say it's never worked in your favor, it really did work in your favor. When you say politicians are full of shit, it's just a scam. Well, that scam got you $600,000 because they created a law that worked in your favor. You don't, like, the things that you say just sound silly. They just sound silly. And it's crazy to me that at 54 years of age, This is the mindset through which you view the very complex system that governs our education systems, our housing systems, our infrastructure, our military, our agriculture, our healthcare systems. Like it's wild to me that you literally at 54 years of age will say it's all a fucking scam and about the systems that literally dictate the way in which we live life. Wild to me. Wild. Like we're just fucking sitting back playing Call of Duty or some shit. Like, you know, crazy.
You know, look at Christy Nome. Look at Christy Nome and her fucking circus. Like with this immigration thing and everything of them, you know, deporting all these immigrants and putting these immigrants in cages. And she's showing off, showing pictures, holding guns like she even know how to shoot one. You know, it's just a freaking clown. These people are all clowns. They think that
Christy Nome Christy Nome was appointed to her office by the president and not elected by the people.
You see,
Christy Nome was not an elected position because the executive branch is not a branch which the people vote for, except for the president. The whole function of the executive branch is to be dedicated federal workers that actually are dedicated to ensuring the country runs. And if the people had done their damn job and voted accurately and effectively in the last election, we would have a very different administration. But so listen, what it sounds like to me is that your heels are dug in. You just want to believe the way that you want to believe, and that's okay. You're entitled to do that, right? Like I said, my opinion is just the same, is that it is people with mindsets and ideology like yours that are detrimental to the future of this country. Like for me, people with your mindset are dangerous to my grandchildren. People with your mindset are dangerous to my daughters. And so, you know, if you're married and dedicated to that mindset, then have at it. I can't understand what you just said.
If everybody did the same thing, I did, everybody would be good.
No, not true.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, that's just a fucking fact.
Listen, even if I chose not to vote ever again, it wouldn't matter. Because as of September this year, I'll be back home in town. And again,
so go back home. Go do you. I'm telling you. Go do you, but you are dangerous to everyone else.
But for the government to say that even if I leave this country permanently, that I still have to pay taxes for the rest of my life, they can kiss my ass, because it's not gonna happen.
Well, you take that with the government. I don't really care. I don't care if you pay taxes. I don't care. Again, you have talked about you long enough, Reaper. I appreciate you joining the conversation, right? You can take up whatever your arguments are with the government all day long. Yeah, like I don't, yeah, whatever happens between you and the government, cool. All right. So
at the end of the day, I'm good except for life, so I ain't even sweating.
Okay, well, okay, don't sweat. Hey, Cam, I'm locked on the system. Can Cam or Sandy help disconnect the panel for me?
Nice meeting you.
Yep, nice meeting you too.
And yeah, thanks for all the information. I appreciate it.
Yep, you're welcome. I can't, everything is locked up on my screen. TikTok Studio is just locked, a spinning mess. Nothing's happening on my end. So let me do this, folks, because TikTok is locked up on this end, and I need to, I don't know, I need some fucking sage or Florida water or something. I'm going to go in 2 hours. I have subscribers and we're doing our vision intention board party. So I'm going to go so that I can eat. And then I will see subscribers / super fans at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please make sure if you're on TikTok that you click the Daily Heart Me and claim all of your points before you go. I appreciate you all. I can't see any fucking comments right now. Like TikTok live studio is just locked up. I can't see shit. So love you all, mean it. Appreciate you for being here. And I will see you all later. Goodbye.